the call to order for our regularly scheduled board meeting here on May 26th. If I can ask the clerk to please take the roll call.
Trustee Bachner.
Here.
Trustee Karji.
Here.
Trustee Vasquez.
Here.
Trustee Brennan.
Here.
Trustee Hennick.
Here.
Trustee O'Connell.
Here.
President Aducey.
Here. Okay, I'd like to have the approval to do a remote participation, so if I can get a motion and a second.
I move to allow the meeting.
Okay, Katie, go ahead.
Second.
Okay, who seconded, Tom? Or?
What I assume Bob said.
So Katie moved it, Bob seconded. Okay, very good.
Trustee Karji.
There he is.
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez.
Yes.
Trustee Brennan.
Yes.
Trustee Hennick.
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell.
Yes.
Trustee Bachner.
There he is.
Okay.
Okay, for the first time, we're going to try the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can all stand, and we will then face the flag. Can we do that? Maybe you can do yours. Yep. Okay.
Where's the flag?
We're getting there.
This
Okay.
neighbor's window.
Can you see it on mine?
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
United States of America.
One nation,
under God, indivisible,
To the republic for which it stands,
For which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible,
visible, with liberty and justice for
liberty,
all.
justice for all.
All right. Well, that was pretty good. I'm pretty impressed. All right. Thank you so much. So, if I can ask Eric if we have any citizen comments that wrote
Yeah,
in?
I believe we do. Sarah, we have one, correct?
Yeah.
Laura Riff is on the phone.
Who?
Yes, I'm here.
Laura. Laura wanted to speak to the at-home kitchen zoning text amendment.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Hi, Laura. Welcome.
Hi.
Sorry. Yes, please. Yeah, I think since it's somewhat down. Yes, please go ahead. If you can state your name and where you your address, that would be good. I know.
Okay, sure. Yeah, my name is Laura Riff, and I live at 801 Clinton Place. My husband and I are 2003 graduates of Oak Park and River Forest High School, and now living here in River Forest with our two sons. And I wanted to address the board tonight because I want to encourage River Forest to adopt an ordinance under the Illinois Home Kitchen Operation Law, and that's 410 ILCS 625/3.4. That ordinance would allow home bakers to sell directly to consumers through channels other than farmers markets, including over the internet. Currently, Oak Park and a number of other municipalities and counties in Illinois have adopted such an ordinance. River Forest has not yet done so. The Home Kitchen Operation Law is an amendment to Illinois' cottage food law. And under the cottage food law, food made in homes may only be sold at farmers markets, not directly to consumers in any other way or through other venues. And under the Home Kitchen Operation Amendment, home bakers can sell directly to consumers through other venues. There are, of course, limitations. So, for example, only certain goods may be sold. The baker must have a food sanitation certification. The baker must or may only make gross sales up to $1,000 a month under the law. It's really intended for small-scale bakers. And the existence of the law acknowledges that with baked goods and with these limitations in place, the public health risk is really very small. But by its terms, the law only applies in a municipality, township, or county that has adopted an ordinance authorizing direct sales under the law. So for River Forest residents to sell homemade foods under the law, River Forest would have to adopt such an ordinance, and that is what I am asking the board to consider. Such an ordinance would be welcome in River Forest for a couple different types of bakers. There are talented home bakers who would like to make a small profit with a home business that allows them to do that work from home. Maybe they're home with kids, or obviously in these current circumstances, a lot of people are at home currently. And then there are folks like myself who would like to grow a business, but would like to start out small, start out from home, develop a reputation. I'm a lawyer and law professor turned cake designer and scratch baker, and I hope to one day own a local brick and mortar bakery. But I've got to start somewhere, and renting commercial kitchen space could be a prohibitive expense at this stage, and in these, in our current circumstances. So that's all I wanted to say, and I want to thank the board for your consideration of adopting such an ordinance.
Okay, well, thank you, Laura. Does anybody have a question for Laura? We are going to be discussing it later in our agenda. You can pop back in if you'd like.
Great.
So you can ask Laura at that time too, or if anybody has questions right now. Okay.
Kathy, can I ask a question? This is Russ.
Yes.
Laura, I know under the circumstances that we're under, your proposal seems to be more than rational. But after, and I'm hoping and I'm crossing my fingers that there will be a time and that we're going to get out of this type of environment of COVID-19. Are your plans to eventually maybe start up a business on the commercial end of our village?
That is my personal plan, yes. I have always dreamed of owning a brick and mortar bakery, and that is, I have moved away from the law happily, and I'm moving towards that goal. But again, this is sort of a place to start.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, very good, Laura. Like I said, we'll be talking about it and directing the administration. There's a bit of work that would have to be done to get this accomplished, but it's not impossible. But we'll talk about it later on this evening.
Great, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to item number 5. This is the elected official comments and announcements. So I'll start with Trustee O'Connell.
Thank you. I have a couple of things this evening. First of all, I hope everybody had a safe and happy Memorial Day. I know it was a little bit weird. We didn't have our parade. People didn't have their barbecues, and it was just kind of a little bit different day, but hopefully everybody enjoyed it. The weather surely cooperated. Secondly, I want to reach out and congratulate Lee Newbecker and the EDC, the trustees, and our village president for coming up and kind of gathering the troops around our businesses. I think the Facebook feeds have been great. There have been some great comments. I happened to participate in a webcast last week that talked about shopping locally. And up until 3 months ago, about 36% of the surveyors thought it was important to shop locally. And that number over the time that the COVID pandemic has been going on, that number's jumped up to 49%. So our timing was really good to hit our local businesses. And again, congratulations to Lee and the EDC. Last one that I just wanted to mention was kind of scootering around town over the weekend a little bit, especially on Sunday. Noticed that there were some contractors out working. And just to remind our residents that there are work rules around when contractors can be working on their homes. And again, there's just kind of for the courtesy of your neighbors, it'd be nice if people followed those rules. So that's all I got.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, Trustee Hennick?
Okay, I have a few things. Hello, everyone. I will echo Bob's thank you to the EDC and the work done on those videos. I agree they were well done and obviously well received. Bob, I wonder if, I don't know if you could tell as far as that construction work, would any of that have been flood related? You were saying early on Sunday, would it have been before?
No, it was not flood related because actually I've seen it over the last couple of weekends. So
okay, okay, just curious. Okay, I did want to thank staff, most especially relating to the flood, getting up the barrier so we prevented more flooding on Chicago and Thatcher, which was awesome that we were on top of that and put that in place. So thank you. I also appreciate the extra, having had to take advantage of it, the extra garbage pickup for flood damage that had to go out front. So that was great. And I think residents, I know at least folks on my block really appreciated that as well. So the next thing is I would like to make a recommendation in light of, first of all, I'll say I appreciate and want to recognize that we want to continue as much as possible to continue our work. I know these are very interesting times and makes a lot of what we do more challenging, as we saw with trying to start this meeting and making sure everybody is, as they should be. But seeing our robust agenda, it's clear that we are being successful in accomplishing a lot of good things, which is awesome. There is work still being done, good work, important work. So I do want to commend us for that, everyone, staff, everybody involved, our commissions. But looking at one particular item and looking back on our discussion back in January for the affordable housing plan, we had a conversation around what the process would look like once it went through the plan commission. I was the one who brought up the question and made the recommendation that we have a meeting where we're able to discuss the plan and be able to digest all that information, reflect on it before we're voting, not that we're doing everything all in one meeting. And so we had a conversation around it. Pretty much every trustee chimed in that night, and the agreement was that we were going to schedule this as a COW meeting, which would allow us to focus on this topic, hear all the good work that John has done and the Plan Commission, finding out everything that has been discussed there and changes being made. And so with that in mind, I know I personally made the assumption that our next scheduled COW meeting, which is posted on the website, is June 15th. And so I, for one, was quite surprised to see this on our agenda tonight, particularly when it is a very full agenda with things that are going to take some time to discuss and go through. And I felt in the interest
Eric? Is it June 15th?
in respecting everybody's time and being mindful of everybody's time who's on this meeting, I would like to make the recommendation that we pull the agenda item regarding the affordable housing plan, go with the process that we discussed in January in terms of putting it on a COW meeting and not taking the time this evening to run through the information that had already been discussed with the Plan Commission. Because again, having that just been on Wednesday, there were 2 commission meetings that night, pretty extensive, hard to allow for trustees to, for one, even participate in both meetings being the same night. And I get it, we're trying to juggle all sorts of schedules and things. But there's a lot of information there on all 3 of our commission meetings that we're discussing tonight. So again, I don't know exactly how we want to do this and look at it, but I would very strongly recommend that we pull this item tonight.
So Patty, thank you. And I think, when we get there, I think that's when I'd like to talk about, the next meeting to discuss the plan. So I think it is on our agenda. When we get there, we can absolutely discuss when we can discuss it, either on and again, when we get there, we could talk more about the opportunities, the options that we have as a board. So hang in there with that, and we'll get.
Well,
we'll
again,
get back
I
on
guess
that.
I think in fairness to, well, can I just make a point though?
Yeah.
Now, maybe they're more than happy to be sitting on this meeting for all our other agenda items, but I know John Houseole, I see him here, and I know David Crosby is on this meeting. So if we're not going to discuss it, and that's their only intention for participating in this meeting, they could certainly step out if they.
They may not even be on it right now. So
they want to stay and listen to the whole meeting. They're certainly welcome to.
Yep.
Yeah, no, John and David are both on. So I know when we had this issue back in October for McDonald's, when there was an issue there, we, at the very start of the meeting, made the recommendation to pull that agenda item, even though we had some reps from McDonald's drive a distance to get to that meeting only to find out the item was pulled. And so we have precedent for having done this at the beginning of a meeting. And again, I think it's out of respect for people's time and expectations.
Well, I'm going to wait until we get to that.
To have the conversation about doing it.
So Patty, I'm going to wait till we get to that item and let as a board we could discuss it. So I appreciate, I understand your point, and I acknowledge your point, and we will address your point. I promise you that when we get to that point, in the agenda. So if I can, is that your conclusion of your comments?
Okay, and then I have one other question. No, I do have one other quick question, and I don't know if Eric or someone would have this answer. So a resident posted a letter that she received from ComEd about work that's going to happen in the area on Thursday. And I was just curious, when this sort of thing happens, they're apparently checking the equipment, which of course we want them to do to make sure it's all running as it should. But I'm just curious, is the village ever notified when this type of work is going on? And do we know, is there a cycle that they'll work throughout town over the next couple of weeks, or do they just target areas? Just curious, because it's potentially up to a 2-hour time frame that people are going to lose power on Thursday. And this particular resident almost threw the letter away and decided to open it. And I know it's not our issue, it's the ComEd in terms of what did the envelope look like, so people knew to really open it and not throw it away as junk. But just curious if we ever have any kind of information from ComEd when this kind of stuff is happening.
Right, and Jeff is on the call here, or the meeting today for the parking study. He can jump in as well. If ComEd does a planned outage, that planned outage is typically generated either through request by the resident, because maybe they have something in their yard or a private tree trimming issue or something along those lines, or by ComEd, I think in this case for some sort of planned maintenance. So in those cases, they do notify the residents and let them know that a outage is forthcoming. Sometimes we're made aware of that work, other times we are not, depending on whether a permit or any type of other utility permit is required for the nature of the work, if it conflicts with our right-of-way, things like that. But that's the general nature of it. But fortunately, and I'm glad to hear that ComEd is sending out notifications for that. 2 hours, while still can be somewhat of an inconvenience, is certainly on the lower end of the time frame as it relates to the time frame, the duration of that planned outage. And Jeff, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Hey, Eric.
Yes.
Eric, it's Bob. It's actually a 3-hour outage, and the letter came in a standard Commonwealth Edison envelope, and we got it sometime middle of last week. So
okay.
Yeah, someone sent it. It looked like almost junk mail. So I agree. It wasn't. Again, it was a Commonwealth Edison, but we get a lot of that. So if there's a way, I think, is what you're saying, Patty, and others, is that if there's a way that at least one, you should know about it, Eric. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like you were not. And two, it'd be nice to make sure that we can send out an email to folks that says, okay, this is coming. Keep a watch for it.
Yeah,
Something.
understood, and I think we can reach out to our representative at ComEd to that
Right.
effect to
Okay.
get him to work.
So
on it.
you'll take that action item
To talk to ComEd. Yeah, I would
better
just
communication.
I would be hesitant to set an expectation that the village is going to send out notifications on other utilities and their.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, just something. This is major though. This is like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Thursday. I agree, and people are working at home. So, I mean, if this was a normal situation.
Yeah, that was some of the comments, and I don't want to add.
No,
work
I
to
agree with
staff,
that.
but I was just, I didn't know if it was a protocol. I didn't know if it was a protocol that they would let the village know when this was happening or not.
They're a utility, and they will do pretty much what they darn please. But under these unusual circumstances, I think we have to be highly sensitive. And I think I totally agree with you, Patty. We have to be highly sensitive with, these types of outages because people are trying to make a living at home. So.
Well, the village may get calls about what's going on.
And that
so
too.
now you know.
Yeah. No, that too. I mean, one, we should know about it. Two, we should let the residents know about it sooner than later. Versus
that's
opening
it.
up a
Thanks.
piece of junk mail that they thought it was junk. Okay, very good. Thank you, Patty. Okay, Trustee Brennan.
I want to thank the village and Public Works for the home delivery of compost, the finished compost this year. This is a change. As background, over the past few years, those residents who subscribe to curbside composting and pay extra for that service have an opportunity to pick up finished compost once a year, or I think we've done it twice a year a couple of times. But you typically have to drive your car over to the parking lot at the depot and fill up whatever kind of containers you have in your car and drive away with it, which is really a messy and difficult endeavor. But with coronavirus this year, Public Works pivoted and they arranged home delivery of the finished compost to our subscriber residents, and it was just fabulous. And I want to call out Alec, John, one of your Public Works employees, who could not have been nicer, and he made it so easy for me. Mine was delivered last week, and I spent the better part of 4 days wheelbarrowing it around my garden and distributing it. It was very rich and nutritious. He also, Alec told me that it was a very popular delivery process this year, and that they got rid of 2 to 3 times the amount of compost that they usually deliver, or that they usually get rid of it. So more people asked for it to be delivered than would have gone to pick it up, which makes sense because it's just such a dirty, inconvenient thing to do. So I'm going to recommend and ask that we stick with this new program of home delivery on the driveways of those residents who subscribe to the service.
Katie, although I didn't take advantage of the composting, which I should have, but I agree. I think it's a nice service since we pay a nice fee for the composting. That's a nice service to give back to the residents. So, John, because your group did such a great job, you got another functional thing you got to do. We'll discuss that.
Well done.
Yeah. I'll let John and Eric work out the details, Katie. But yeah, good idea. I think it should be something we give back to the residents. So, good. Thank you. Anything?
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Katie. Trustee Vasquez. Oh no, I gotta go. No, I keep forgetting my clerk right here. Sorry.
That's okay. I don't have a whole lot to
Yep,
add.
I apologize.
But I did just want to briefly say congratulations to all our D90 and D200 grads this year. They didn't get the celebrations and the opportunities to be congratulated as they normally would, but we haven't forgot about them, and we're really proud of them, and they do our village proud.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's okay. That's all? You don't want to talk about your boiler?
No, I
Okay.
don't.
All right. Okay, Rez. Sorry.
Thank you. I want to echo all the comments made by my previous board trustees. I would like to add again my continuous, and I'm sure everyone on the board's continuous thank you for all our first responders, our businesses, our village staff, village president, who have all been continuously working during this COVID-19 situation, which is quite stressful. But I thank you all for your continued support on that. I also want to thank all of our residents for their patience during this Memorial Day holiday. I know it was difficult. It was probably, as I understand it, the first time that we had to cancel our Memorial Day parade this Monday. So I know I personally missed it, and I'm sure a number of us have, but it was for good reason. And so I thank you for your understanding in advance. Last but not least, I personal pitch for my fellow board trustees. I am looking forward. I know we have a motion coming up for our age-friendly committee resolution to adding another board member to it. I know there's appointments that are being considered for this board of trustees consideration. I, on a personal note, involved with working with a number of the potential candidates. I would say I am personally looking forward to working with them, and I will ask for your support in approving them. And I think this will be a great committee moving forward. So thank you for that. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Russ. Trustee Karchi?
On the reminiscing, this would have been the 16th Memorial Day parade I walked in or drove in, because I drove the Park District truck for a while. So it's kind of disappointing that I missed that opportunity to close out my career walking in the parade, but oh well. I would, Katie, on your point, I think the idea of delivering the mulch is a great idea, but I do think that we should do some sort of surcharge, because obviously that's an unfunded mandate for the village, and it's a great benefit to the residents. So I do think, I agree with you that it's a great idea. I think we should be sure to recoup our costs associated with that for those, so that we're squaring everything up for those people that don't take advantage of the service but are still paying for it. Lastly, I just want to talk about masks. Well, I can't believe I have to talk about masks. I can't believe that it's become a political issue in this country.
What is it?
But at the end of the day, wearing a mask is just simply being courteous to others. I mean, it probably doesn't protect you, but it may protect somebody else if you have the disease. And so I don't understand why it becomes suddenly a test of manhood or womanhood that you're brave enough not to wear a mask when all you're doing is you're challenging those people that may be truly susceptible to the virus or truly impacted by the virus, just so that you can be tough. I don't understand it. I'm proud to say that for the most part, as I've observed, like in Jewel and the other shopping centers in River Forest, it appears that most people in River Forest are abiding by it. There are some people that believe that wearing a mask means just having it around your chin. I can assure you the mask around the chin does nothing, because there's no expiration from your chin. So anyone that's watching this, please wear the mask. It's the least that we can do, and it's the most gracious thing we can do. And that's all I have.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. And yes, you're absolutely right. It is. It's not only for the benefit of us, it's actually for the benefit of the person that we're standing next to. So, okay, very good. Then Trustee Bachner.
Thanks, Kathy. I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement. And so as we begin, we're mindful that we hold these meetings on land that was once and still is inhabited by Indigenous people, including the Ojibwa, the Chippewa, the Menominee, the Potawatomi nations, and more. And we remember our nation's history and honor the Native people as stewards of this land that was colonized. And the River Forest continues to be a place many people from diverse backgrounds live and gather. I also want to acknowledge Memorial Day. It sounds like, while disappointing in some ways, that most people were able to enjoy their long weekend. I know that Memorial Day is typically to remember those who did not come back, right? And so we do that, but I think it also is a good time to be grateful for the veterans and those who are currently enlisted in the armed forces, those who are our first responders, and this year, our essential workers. And so I thank you to all those people and to our staff and our village administration who have been doing so much of the onerous work, and then to put on top of that everything with COVID-19, to have the kind of flooding that we did and the kind of rain that we did in the past week. I just commend you all so much for the way that you're able to handle all these things that get thrown at us, and make our residents proud of the work that we do. So thank you for all of that. I do want to mention in relation to COVID-19, I participated now on several town halls, learning sessions with groups who are trying to help minorities. So there was one with a Latinx leadership group that involved state representatives, other public officials, health representatives, and another one around the issue of blacks and COVID and healthcare professionals. The numbers are startling when you see that a third of the deaths have been around blacks, and they represent 13% of the population. For the Latinx community in the Chicago area, they are the fastest rising community of contracting COVID. And we see that a lot of these issues are because of the issues of not having affordable health care around their areas, not being able to get testing where they can, and also being those frontline workers. And so I think that we have to remember those things and remember what we can do as public officials and residents and community members around those things. Make sure that we're asking for free testing for people where we can, get that offered. And so I'll probably be coming back with some more of those things, but just want to make sure that everybody has that in the back of their mind, that this affects some people disproportionately, and so we have to be mindful of that. I'd also like to talk a little bit about the census, as per usual, and the great work that John has been and the village has been doing. So we are ready to launch a card that will go to every unit, every household in River Forest, reminding people about the census. We are in contact with faith-based community leaders to get their help as well in pushing out the word, because we know that they are, for some, the main community, that they are with. And just looking again for all sorts of different ways to make sure that we get the information out, that there's still time to fill out your census. It's easy. You can do it online, over the phone. There is going to be, people are getting paper ballots sent out. And John, I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add to what I said about the census.
I think that's great, Erica. Thanks. To let everybody know that if you haven't been following along on social media, we're at nearly at our goal of passing our 2010 numbers. We're at 79% self-responded, less than a percentage away, but there's still 20% that go uncounted, and that's what we'll continue to work on. The good news is that with the COVID situation that's extended the deadlines, we still have quite a bit of time to work on it, several more months through October to do our best to get as many people counted as possible. And we're kind of looking to relaunch some of the things in June here, as Eric was talking about, with the postcards, the faith-based communities, some social advertising, things like that. So we're still hard at work trying to get everybody counted.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that all, Erica? You finished?
Yes.
Well, a couple just comments.
Yeah.
Again, it was a lot of conversation about the census, U.S. Census following up, and some of our residents thought it was a scam, and so did I. And Trustee Kargi corrected me, which he rightly should have.
We're trying to get everybody counted.
Huh? I think somebody else is talking. So I think I'd like to kind of maybe put something out in our newsletter, John and Erica, if you feel that's appropriate to, again, maybe put something regarding the it could be just their link to their website that says you may get a call, and from the U.S. Census, just verifying your response. just so that people don't think it is a scam and not that. And if they don't want to call back, they don't have to. But we just want to make sure we get the right information out. So that might be something we would
Yeah,
like to
I
look
think
at.
that that's a great idea. Is it, did they leave a voicemail for you, Kathy? I'm just
Well, not
curious.
for me, but for a few people that I know called me and said, "Hey, I got this call from the U.S. Census, an 800 number. I did my census. Why would they be calling me?" And I'm like, "They shouldn't be." And then I realized they should be. So, because apparently they're just following up on responses. So just to ensure
Erica,
that.
I did get a voicemail. I got like 4 calls. I think it's because we have House and McHenry. We registered as well. I haven't responded back yet because I thought it was a scam, so I Googled it after the Facebook exchanges.
So
The other thing too, this is Russ. The other thing too is that there may be a lag between the time you may have responded and by the time they still have you on the register list. It could just be that they haven't really connected, so to speak, on their end. So
yeah, we could talk
Yeah,
more.
if you can imagine the amount of data around
Yeah.
it.
And we could talk more about it, but the person that did call back the census said it was legitimate and it was, just verifying their response. So nothing other than that.
Can I just ask one thing? This is Patty. Can I just ask
Yeah.
one thing? If it goes in the newsletter, is there a way to find out, is there more than one 800 number? Or would it be the same? And so could that be shared to help distinguish a potential scam to the actual number? You know what I'm saying?
It's an 844 number.
From the one website I looked at, there's one number for English, there's one number for Spanish.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's an 844 number. So we'll make sure we try to get information out to the residents so it's helpful for them. And then on the other issue, Erica, that you mentioned in terms of the brown and black issue with COVID-19, if there's anything that you have that you think we could use in our newsletter to get the information out, we'd be happy to share. We should share that on our newsletter.
That's wonderful. I'll
Okay.
make sure you get that.
Great. Okay, just to kind of move along quickly. You guys pretty much mentioned everything I was going to mention, so it's all good. The EDC, I thought Forest Leaves did a fabulous job in capturing what the Economic Development Commission and the Village Board, all of you, agreed to do in terms of the videos, and it was just a wonderful spread. I hope all of you read it and got a copy of it. If not, you should. It was a great article, and we appreciate the Forest Leaves covering that. So again, for congratulations and thank you, Eric, John, Jeff, Mark, everybody out there in Public Works for anticipating the Chicago Thatcher flooding and working pretty much overtime on Sunday to put those barriers up. It made a difference. If anybody really watched that drone, it showed the Chicago Avenue and how it flooded and how we really are the lower end of the Chicago Avenue from First to Thatcher. So thank you so much. And our residents on Thatcher, thank you as well. I agree with the garbage pickup. I think it's important that we did that. There are some flooding issues on Keystone that we're addressing immediately. I believe that resident meeting will be tomorrow. It's along the 1100 block of Keystone. So we will give you an update on that next time we meet on how that meeting went, because I know some of the residents were quite upset about the amount of water that was ponding in the street, and it was significant. So I know Eric is running with that. On the legislative side of things, as you know, the legislature met for 3 days in Springfield. Of course, it was very quick and nobody actually went but the legislators. They did pass a budget. They did provide some guidance on some of the revenue shortfalls that we will see out of the state. The state is going to borrow money to fix their shortfalls. So far, we passed our budget. It looks good, although next year we still have to take a serious look at some of them. Some of the obviously our expenses to our revenue. One real good news that I think came out of that session was the capital bill. They passed a capital bill, House Bill 64. And so we have some capital monies requested in that bill. So if if the money is funded, which we believe it will be, then we will work with the Department of the DCEO department to try to get some of that capital money. So that's really good news. I echo what Kathleen said. Congratulations to our graduates, our 2020 graduates. I know it was an unusual and unprecedented time this year, but not only D90, D200, but Trinity and Fenwick and all of our parochial schools, St. Vincent, St. Luke's, and Lutheran General, and not Lutheran General. Lutheran General? No, Grace Lutheran. And all the schools in River Forest, Dominican, Concordia. We congratulate them and thank them for all the hard work that not only the kids are doing, but the parents as well. Also, as you know, we're going into phase 3 come June 1st, which means more openings of our business. You'll hear more about that in our next newsletter. I want to thank John Pape particularly. We're kind of attached at the hip on this communication, so we talk quite a bit about what goes in the newsletters, what's important to communicate to our residents, and so I appreciate, John, everything that you do and some of my craziness, but you hang in there with me, so thank you. We to date have 46 confirmed positive cases. Again, no deaths. So we're I think holding our own. The decline seems to be certainly flattening out, if not, the growth in the positivity rate for us seems to be flattening and slightly declining. So that's good news. We'll just get more information as this week about phase 3 and what that means to our community. And last, congratulations to all of our military service men and women in our country. They make a difference for us. They make who we are important. So thank you to all that. I, too, missed the Memorial Day Parade and all the giveaways, but I guess there's always next year. Okay, other than that, that's all I have. So we'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. If I can get a motion and a second to move items 6A through J, please.
I move to approve the consent agenda items A through J.
Second.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments on these items? Hearing none, I'd ask the clerk to please read the items, and then we will take the vote.
Consent agenda, item A. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
I can.
Thank you. Item A, Village Board of Trustees meeting minutes, April 27th, 2020. B, create section 1-23-3-1.c.12 of the Village Code regarding filing of statements of economic interest ordinance. C, award of bid and contract for the 2020 street improvement project to Builders Paving LLC in the amount of $768,000. D, appropriation of $630,000 in motor fuel tax funds for the 2020 IDOT maintenance agreement resolution. E, authorization to sell surplus property 2013 Ford Explorer and 2013 Ford Taurus ordinance. F, right-of-way encroachment waiver and agreement for an irrigation system located at 746 Clinton. G, accounts payable April 2020, $1,786,810.19. H, monthly department reports. I, performance measurement report. J, village administrator's report. Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Brennan?
Yes.
Trustee Hennick?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell?
Yes.
Trustee Bachner?
Yes.
Trustee Kargi?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. So let's move on to 7A, which is the consent item for separate consideration. If I can get a motion and a second. please.
Motion to approve payment from the general fund to McDonald's Caravides for $77.99.
I'll second. Patty?
Okay, thank you. And Bob, you will abstain or don't
Yes, I
take
will.
don't call him. All right.
Okay. So this is for 7A, accounts payable from the general fund to McDonald's Caravides for $77.99.
Right.
Trustee Brennan,
Yes.
Trustee Hennick,
Yes.
Trustee Bachner,
Yes.
Trustee Kargi,
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay.
Hey, Kathy.
Yes.
Just a reminder, we've had some, if you're on the phone, this is our public service announcement for your star 6 reminder. So we've had a couple, we've heard some background noise. Of I can see everyone who's on Zoom, but if you're dialed in, if you could just star 6 and mute yourself, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We don't want to hear your personal conversation, right? So let's move on to recommendations, boards, and commissions. So we have the Sustainability Commission that wants to give us a report on the aggregation, electrical aggregation. So if I can get a motion and a second for item 8A.
And move that we adopt an ordinance authorizing the village administrator to execute a 24-month contract agreement with MC Squared on behalf of the village Eco Green Aggregation Program.
I'll second. Patty?
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay, so Julie, did you want to say anything on the electrical aggregation, or Lisa? I'm not quite sure who managed that. I think it was you, right, Julie? I know your commission did, but yeah, unmute it. Can't hear you. There you go.
Can't hear you, Julie.
Now it's good.
You're good. Go ahead.
You're good.
You can hear me.
Now we can.
Now we can.
Okay, good. We've been working on this, since February, and actually it's been in conversations for about 2 years through Planet Green. We've really just been looking for the right deal at the right time. We've been waiting for, the opportunity, and it's here. And I want to thank John for working with Satori Energy and MC Squared for proposing the aggregation, and it's really very similar to the aggregation that we did for Brown Energy about 7 or 8 years ago. But I'm not going to, it's hard enough to talk on the Zoom. I was going to let John make a couple comments and then open it up to questions, since we have Ann from MC Squared on the call to answer questions. So, the Sustainability Commission unanimously thought this was the way to go for 100% renewable, and for a 2-year contract. It's kind of a no-brainer, and helps us fulfill our obligations while helping the earth. So.
Okay, good. Oh, so I'm sorry. You said Molly is the representative from MC Square? Molly?
No, Ann. Molly's from Satori.
Okay.
Ann.
Ann. Is Ann on?
So Ann is on. Did you want to make some comments?
Well, I can just provide an overview. So the Sustainability Commission is recommending green energy aggregation on the basis that the village board signed the Chicago Climate Agreement in December of 2017, which states the village has specifically committed to accelerating municipal use of renewable energy and working to deliver affordable renewable energy across the community. So because they had that goal, staff used an energy consultant to seek out proposals for this type of green energy aggregation. And the program that's currently available is through MC Squared, as Julie mentioned. It's called the Eco Green Aggregation Program. It's a program that purchases renewable energy credits from energy supplied by wind farms in the Midwest on the village's behalf at zero added cost to residents, since they commit to match ComEd rates. So the Sustainability just met at their last meeting to approve this proposal from MC Squared. And MC Squared did their analysis of all the ComEd accounts in River Forest, and they were able to put together a proposal that would provide renewable energy credits. And based on the percentage of renewable energy credits that the village wants to commit to, a civic contribution in terms of a dollar amount is provided to the village based on the percentage of renewable energy credits that the Sustainability Commission is recommending 100% renewable energy credits to offset carbon emissions for a 24-month contract length. But Anne from MC Squared can explain all the details of that to you. She's on the line right now.
Okay. Is it Anne? Anne. Okay. Yeah. So Anne, are you? Let's see.
I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Yes, we can hear you now. So you're 5868? No, which one are you? What's your phone?
Yes, 5868.
Okay, very good.
Phone.
Well, welcome.
Yeah.
Yep. So if you can just give us the highlights of the agreement, or however you want to.
Sure. So this is a green aggregation program that MC Square has out there, and we currently have about 24 towns that are participating. And this program is a little bit different than previous. The previous program was all about really savings. In this particular program, there is no real savings, only because the ComEd rates and the market rates are very much the same now. So it's really not a savings proposition. But what it is that we analyze all the different accounts in the village, and we take the lower cost to serve accounts, and if we can serve them and put the others on ComEd, we could come up with this green aggregation program to provide 100% green rec, as well as a civic contribution for any initiatives that the village may have. So we don't serve all the residents in the town like the previous program, but the beauty of the program is that the residents pay exactly the same rate. So regardless if they're served by MC Squared or if they're served by ComEd, the monthly rate is the ComEd rate, the monthly published ComEd rate, including that monthly variable that they either charge or credit, which is called the purchase electricity adjustment. So it's literally exactly the same rate that people would pay. And they have an option to be in the program, or they can opt out just like the other programs. So it's really about choice. But the benefit, like I said, without any additional cost to the village or the residents, you get the 100% green rec as well as the civic contribution annually. And so everyone is notified by letter, and we explain the program. But there's only a certain percentage, about 45 to 50%, that we actually do provide an opt-out letter, which means that we indicate in the letter that if they don't opt out of the program, then they will be enrolled into the program. But again, everyone has a choice on what they want to do, and there's no obligation on anyone to be on the program.
Okay, I've got a quick question. So I'm still a little bit confused about when you say only 45 to 50%. You're meaning in terms of the population, only 45 to 50 you believe will opt in for it, not, in other words, not opt out.
Those are about 45 to 50% of the accounts will be considered eligible to be served by MC Squared.
Okay.
And then they can opt out if they want.
Yep.
They'll get a letter, explaining the program and the option to opt out if they'd like to.
What makes an account eligible, Anne?
So really, it's what I had mentioned earlier on, where we analyze the cost to serve of these accounts, and So we look to choose the lower cost accounts to serve so that there's headroom between the cost to serve those accounts and the ComEd rate that we project to be the rate going out into the future. And that's what allows us to be able to do the RECs and the civic contribution.
Is that cost by just dollar amounts or per whatever wattage or whatever it is for energy? When you say cost, like
the cost to serve from an energy perspective. So what does it cost to serve that particular account? The energy, the capacity, the ancillary charges. There's all various sorts of costs associated with an account based on different variables. So that's what I mean when I say cost to serve.
So let's say we have a $100,000, dollar home and a $1 million home. Will all the $100,000 homes be served and the $1 million homes not be? I'm just trying to get my head around it.
Well, not necessarily. So one, we don't know about anything regarding the homes at all. We just have an account number, and we get the historical usage for that account number, and we price it out. So I wouldn't even able to start to tell you like what homes are in what price category for the account, because we just look at that account's attributes really, and we really don't know anything else about it.
Hey, Erica, can I take another stab at the question I think you're asking?
Please, yeah.
So the lower monthly electric bills would be more likely to be included in this program than the higher monthly electric bills, because there's a spread you can make on that and make the contribution?
Well, again, not necessarily, because some of the costs associated with accounts really depend on when they use their usage as well. So you can have all different sorts of homes, but if they use, say, a lot of their power during peak hours, then that account may be a more expensive account to service rather than maybe an account that didn't use as much power during peak hours. So there's different variables involved. Some of it is usage, some of it is how they used their power during these peak hours. So that's why I can't really say that one size home is going to make a difference compared to another size home.
Understand. And when are you making the determination of those accounts? Because you have everybody in River Forest right now at home using their energy, and so probably using it just all the time, right? So right now, just if you were to try to determine by the past couple of months, it may not really reflect what the real usage is.
Yeah, so I don't remember when Molly, who's from Satori, ordered the list, but it was at least, I think this ComEd list that we use is at least several months old now. So, and it's a list of the accounts, and what we do is we had scraped the accounts through ComEd's site so that we could get 12 months of historical usage. So, we probably used usage that maybe had gone through February or maybe through
January.
January.
February, end of February was the list when I got it.
Okay. So, we didn't really count like March, April, May, when people have been working from home.
I first want to observe that your marketing material is some of the most opaque things I've ever read. I think I went through them 4 times and I still can't figure out the program. But I'm a firm believer in something that sounds too good to be true is, or isn't rather. And what I'm lost at is, I'm assuming that the spread for renewables during certain time periods is cheaper than the spread for fossil fuels, correct?
Hey, Anne, can I just jump on this one?
Sure.
So what happens when ComEd serves any account? Everyone gets the same rate. So right now it's like 6.8 cents. Every home, big, small, apartment, everyone pays the group rate. But if you actually looked at how to evaluate a specific residence, some might actually should be assigned a bigger rate, some might be less. So it's like, and everyone's just thrown into a big group and assigned one rate. So what MC Squared does is they actually look at the accounts as individual users, and they say who actually probably should have had a lower rate with ComEd, but they get the group rate. And so they will serve those, and then use the extra money between the ComEd rates and what they actually should have been charged based on their individual usage, and then they can buy the recs for all accounts with that. And then it's assigned to River Forest, and you'll be designated an EPA green power community, and then there's this civic contribution, and then the village will decide how will that be used. So, and that's not our decision. But so that's kind of how it's used. There's this group rate. It's socialized, be even for everyone. Some are higher, some are lower, and it's just, that's how it's done. So they take kind of the people who, according to their individual usage, should actually pay less with ComEd, but they don't, because ComEd has to make it easy and assign everyone the same rate.
So you're not selling wholesale power, you're just simply differentiating. I'm confused. I can't make heads or tails of this.
I'm trying to think of a good analogy. Like, where in life it's just everyone pays the same rate regardless of, it's like a weight average. Like the ComEd rate is a weight average, right, of every account in, let's just say, River Forest. So right now, let's say it's 7 cents, but if you just went to the market at your house and priced it based on how you use power, maybe you should actually be paying 8 cents. So you kind of get a price break with ComEd. But the guy next door uses a lot of off-peak power, like he's up really late or dishwasher late at night. So then he really is cheaper to serve because he's using his power at times power is cheaper. And so maybe he should really be paying 5 cents, but you both pay just 7 cents with ComEd. So MC peels off the people who actually should be paying less, but pay the group rate, and then they serve them.
So if the people that are currently subsidizing those people that are getting a break, does that mean that the people that are currently getting a break are going to pay more?
No, because no matter what, if you're in the ComEd utility territory, you pay the ComEd rate of 6.8 cents, whatever. Everyone pays that, and everyone will continue to pay that. However, MC Squared can take these accounts that are run more efficiently, use more off-peak power, and they can serve them and then take the differential of what it actually costs to serve them and then buy green, RECs or renewable energy certificates, and then they can give the village a civic contribution.
But I'm still confused because I thought that the wholesale power rate, that is the rate that ComEd paid to provide power, is passed through to the consumer. Is that not true?
Anne, do you want to go on that?
Well, the supply portion can be either through ComEd or through another supplier. The distribution charges are all ComEd, regardless of who serves them. So either they're going to pay a supplier like MC Square, or they're going to pay ComEd for their supply.
Right.
All the accounts that we analyzed are currently on ComEd.
Right.
But say for instance, the cost of renewable flips, so that it's then more expensive than oil or gas. What happens then?
You opt out. Right? They opt out.
I'm sorry. I'm not understanding the question.
No, he's saying if it's, let's say.
Now I'm assuming the profit margin for MC Squared is that renewables are cheaper than oil or than gas, which is the other cheapest provision of delivery or power generation system. What happens if renewables become more expensive than gas?
Then gas well, there is a market for these renewable energy certificates. So we are making a commitment to buy the RECs, and it's our risk whether they go up and down, if they cost more or they cost less.
Right.
So we're making the contract to ensure that we buy 100% REC for all the historical usage for these accounts. And so it's really our risk if the cost of those RECs go up.
Right.
But I looked at the contract you'll have with the users. You can pretty much opt out at any time. So is that a possibility that if in fact renewables becomes too expensive, you'll just opt out?
Well, they're going to pay exactly the same rate as ComEd. So even if they opted out and they wanted to stay with ComEd, they're going to pay exactly the same rate they would have with MC squared.
Yeah.
And with regard to the community contribution,
right.
I don't understand why we're committing to 100% when your own data suggests that 43%, I don't remember the actual number, but somewhat 45%-ish is the number of residents in River Forest that you consider to be serviceable. So why would we not take the lower number, which gives us more money, and why would we opt for the 100%?
So that was a decision of the Sustainability Commission. So we recommended, or MC squared showed several different levels of, you can get no RECs, you can get 10%, you can get 25%, all the way to 100. And so the Sustainability Commission reviewed this and recommended backing with 100%. So that we presented.
I guess I'll put the question to Julie then. Why?
Well, because residents are still paying the same rate. You're getting 100% renewable, which makes your obligations that you made to Planet Green. It puts us on the path to, it's a 2-year contract that people can opt out. It's not and we're moving the needle towards renewable energy because we're supporting, the RECs with the RECs.
Yeah.
So why shouldn't we have the opportunity to do what's right? We should go the 100%, and you're still making the $30,000. I mean, it was kind of like we got the cake and we got the icing too. I mean, it was. I think we need to go 100%.
Yeah. I don't think there's a downside.
And I think that the cherry on top of that is that River Forest gets to be shown as a community that has adopted this green, cleaner energy. And we all know, or if we don't know, we should know, that new home buyers are looking for communities that are more sustainable and that are investing in this type of green energy. So this is an advantage to the village in being able to promote itself this way, and it also increases our property values.
Yeah, I agree with you, Katie. And I'm trying to find a downside to this, and I just don't see it. I see all upside to it. I mean, if the only question I would have is in that 2-year commitment. So is it a commitment that the resident is saying, I'm going to commit to 2 years of green energy? Or can they opt out at any point in time in that contract?
They can opt out at any time. The commitment is just the contract with MC squared, and they're buying it on behalf of the village. They're not buying them for that individual resident.
So there's very little risk to the resident, it appears. So I can't. I mean, it seems very similar, not identical. Similar, different, I guess, to the aggregation that we did years ago. Similarities. The only question I would have, or a request that I would have, is when you send these letters out to the 45 to 50% of the residents that will be possibly candidates for clean energy, is that it has to be visible. And I was just saying this to Eric, when we send our letter, it has to almost come from both MC Square and the village. Otherwise, residents may not open it up. They may not know that this is what's happening, and then they get a bill from MC Squared and they get confused. So because they never.
Yeah, definitely. The envelopes have the village logo. The return address, even for it could be the village address if you'd like.
Yes.
The letters are from the village, the logo, everything has a feel from the village, and all those letters are also drafted and are not sent until they are approved by the village.
Yeah, I think that's good.
And to be clear, everyone in the village,
Okay,
all
hang on.
residents, all residents receive a letter, even if they're not part of the program. Isn't that correct, Ann? Because if you're not part of that 45-50%, you could opt in if you want.
Oh.
So everyone receives a letter. There's like 3 different types of letters that go out.
Okay.
Yeah, and with municipal aggregations, you can't disallow people from wanting to opt in. So we have a portal that provides people that ability. So we do include that in the letters.
Okay.
I still don't understand how we can commit to 100% participation when your own number suggests only 42% of the people should do it.
But, I mean, I don't think they're. I don't know what the issue. What's the
I think
argument?
those are different percentages.
They're different
Yeah,
numbers.
I mean, they're just different numbers.
Can you please explain to me the numbers? Because as I said, I couldn't understand your material.
Okay.
It's about capacity and how ComEd kind of makes these projections for capacity, and then some houses are not using it or some are. I mean, that's kind of a simplified way, but it's about ComEd has already set the price for energy for probably 2 years down the road. Right. And you know, in the 90s when the monopoly got broken up, Tom, this is when they said, we're going to be the supplier, but we're not giving you the energy. The energy that goes into the system, it doesn't know if it's renewable or if it's, ComEd. It can come from anywhere. It's not like people know that they're getting, it's being supplied to the grid. And that's what's important, is that we're supplying more renewable energy to the grid. And that's increasing the market. But
how can we commit to 100% compliance when their numbers suggest only 42% of the people make sense?
Tom, I think that's 100% of the number of certificate points that we can get.
Right.
It's not
Okay,
like 42%.
Someone explain to me what that means then.
It actually is 100% of the historical usage for the accounts both that we serve and those that are on ComEd service. So it's not 100% of the village per se, but it's going to be 100% green rec for the usage for all those accounts.
Right. Right.
It's kind of like zero waste. There's really kind of like,
right.
There's no zero waste. It is kind of a term. I mean, 100% renewable.
Yeah. Okay, Bob, did you have another question? Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. So first of all, every resident in River Forest is now getting an electric bill that they're going to pay to MC Square. Is that correct?
No.
No.
The supply charges are shown on the ComEd bill, so there's really no difference that they see.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Everyone still gets a ComEd bill.
Okay, and then I have a little bit, and based on our earlier conversation about people not looking at bills and things like that, I am a little concerned that people are going to see this and they're going to throw it out, and then they're going to know that they're in a program that they had nothing to do about. Who on the village staff will be fielding the phone calls to explain this to our residents? And
John,
and
right?
What?
Yeah.
If we don't have that accounted for, I think that could be something that's going to take someone a lot of time and effort in the early days of it.
Okay, Bob, I think it's going to be public. John or Eric, you tell me. But based on the fact that we did an aggregation before, which was pretty significant, the calls. I mean, this is not something new in the industry. It's people are aware of it. Not only green energy or clean energy, they're aware of different suppliers in the industry. So I'll let Eric answer the question of who's going to manage it, though.
Yeah, no. If there was a couple things, and the village does have a track record here because we did participate in the opt-out program back when the law changed to allow municipalities to do so, and quite frankly, it was, and the only reason we got out was because the numbers went upside down, right? Because it didn't make
a whole different thing.
And it was a whole different thing. But in terms of the customer service perspective, whether it was Integris, whether it was MC Squared, it was pretty seamless. They will send out a letter. There's a 1-800 number. There's a separate email address. the customer service stuff is all handled very well. And as they pointed out, your ComEd bill that comes home to you is the same. It's just on the flip side, it would have a different supply. So no one's. It's fairly seamless. I'm not worried about any additional workload for the staff. I think that's going to be minimal, if anything, based on the history from the past program.
So I do have a few questions too. If
Yeah, go ahead. Are you finished? Yeah, Bob's
Patty.
finished. Go ahead, Patty.
So I certainly agree this is something that we should be moving towards. But just for my own sake, and I think for residents who may have similar questions to even ones that have been raised by Trustee Karji, I know even as I was listening to the meeting and going through materials, just to know that I have this clear. And it does all sound so wonderful. So my first question is, what would be a reason, or what reasons have you gotten for people to opt out? I mean, if you're saying that they're going to pay the same regardless, why would somebody choose to opt out then?
I mean, just probably
Ann?
not knowledgeable.
Sorry. Ann, could you answer that? Or, very few people
Sure.
opt out.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So we do in the other programs that we've had with other towns, there are people who choose to opt out for various reasons. I'm just going to throw out some of the more common. One is they still believe that if they leave ComEd's supply service and go with another supplier, that ComEd won't service them, so they want to stay with ComEd. That's one reason. Another reason, sometimes residents are angry at the town for whatever reason, and so if the town is suggesting this program, some of them are like, I don't want any part of it because I don't want to do what the village wants to do. Another reason, may be that they are going to actually shop in the market for a lower rate with another supplier, and so they opt out because they want to do their own individual shopping. Those are probably the three common reasons that we see out there.
And maybe one to add to that, Ann, I was just thinking of, there are some people that may be on an hourly program. So if you are, and it could be electing green energy. So let's say you have an electric vehicle and you decide to charge that at home. You want to get on an hourly program where your rate becomes lower. That's probably a minuscule group of the population, but people who are very engaged in green initiatives may do that for that reason.
And actually, for you're correct. There aren't that many hourly residents or accounts out there, but for those, we actually don't even send out the opt-out letter. We actually send them a letter informing them about the program and that if they want to opt in, they can. But because they're on this special program with ComEd, we typically don't do an opt-out letter where if we don't hear from them, they're automatically enrolled.
Okay, I do have a couple others if you don't mind, bear with me. So you've identified the percentage of residents that you feel you can serve, just hypothetically speaking, and I know you just said most people don't opt out, but say just hypothetically for argument's sake that there were a large number of folks who decided to drop out, and so where you're looking to serve about 40% of the residents and you had 10%, so now we're down to about 30% who decided to stay in the program. How does that affect your numbers, the contract? Are we looking at anything differently, or it doesn't matter?
No, it's really our risk. We had taken into consideration a certain percentage of an opt-out out of the program. If it ends up being more, then it's really MC Square's risk. The only thing in regards to that is if it is a multi-year term, meaning more than 12 months, we would have language in the contract indicating that if the account level went down to 20%, that we would have to just revisit the civic contribution. but we wouldn't be really doing anything about the RECs. We would still honor our obligation on the 100% REC.
Okay. And then I noticed you said as far as the letters, and I'm glad to hear that the envelope will specify that it's village related, because I do think that we've had a number of issues, as I mentioned earlier today, about people thinking something was junk mail. Are the letters themselves personalized with the resident's name or just their customer number? So for instance, the folks that you have identified as being able to serve, will it just kind of be to your customer, FYI, you've been chosen to be part of this program, or is it more specific to them? Does that make sense?
No, it is more specific to them, and we do have like their address also on the letter, so that they know that it pertains to the account that's at that address.
Okay. And then in terms of for opting out, and I know we don't want to encourage people to do this, so it appears there's 21 days that people have to opt out, and if someone doesn't contact to say that they want to opt out, they're automatically enrolled. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after the 21 days, are they still able to opt out at some point if they wanted to?
Yes, ma'am. They can terminate, cancel at any time, and there are no fees. Actually, it's the law that a retail supplier cannot charge termination fees any longer. So we never did MC squared, but we do not charge fees or anything.
Okay. And I know you said that you matched the rate for ComEd. If we went with the 24 months, 2 years, so is that for that full duration of the contract, you'll match the rate? Because it sounds like ComEd's rate, they've already decided, and listening to the meeting the other day, it sounded like they really kind of even extended out farther in terms of knowing what their rate might be. But so we're guaranteed for that rate for 2 years to match ComEd's?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're regulated, ComEd. It's all regulated. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ann.
No, I know ComEd is, but I'm saying for MC squared through the course of the contract.
Yeah.
So say, for instance, ComEd's rate changed, went higher, or I don't know how I want to say this, but if ComEd's rate changed, they're going to match it through the course of the 2 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then everyone, okay.
Okay, any other questions, Patty?
Yeah, I just in the.
Sorry, I'm looking at my notes.
Wait, Tom. Patty,
no, go ahead. I'm looking at my notes. Go ahead, Tom.
All right. Tom?
In the agreement between the end user and MC squared, the termination provision provides that in addition to other remedies, the agreement may be terminated by MC squared upon 30-day notice to the customer if we return your service to ComEd per the PSA. When would you return the service to ComEd?
If they choose to terminate, we would return their service to ComEd, or at the end of the contract, if the village decides that they're not transitioning to another supplier and they just want to end it, then we would send them back to ComEd.
But this language speaks to a third instance where the customer hasn't terminated and the village hasn't terminated, because it gives you 30 days notice to terminate. So I was wondering, what would it be that situation?
Have you looked at?
Well, we haven't had a situation like that, but maybe if they, maybe if the account holder really didn't live in River Forest, but
that's provided for. Another provision to terminate is that they no longer live in River Forest, but this is a unique one that says you have 30 days to terminate per the PSA, and I'm not sure what that is.
Terminate. I'm not quite sure I follow what you're saying, Tom. Sorry.
Well, it's in the individual customer agreement, it's termination provisions. And again, I'll read it again. In addition to other remedies we may have, this agreement may be terminated by MC squared upon 30-day notice to the customer if we return your service to ComEd per the PSA.
Right.
And then the other ones are you move outside the village, you cease to be a ComEd customer or you become ineligible for consolidated billing. So that I can't figure out what that first provision is. That is, so something specific to the customer that warrants your terminating their service.
Sounds like if it's turned over to ComEd, it's when it's terminated, but no.
No, that's already covered.
Okay, let's look at this again.
Are you concerned that you're saying like MC Squared could just decide to terminate someone's service for a specific reason?
Yeah, you know, explain the language in your contract.
Okay. And from what I'm hearing, there's a concern that MC Squared could just terminate someone's service under this.
I would actually have to ask our attorney what that exactly means, because it does sound like it's a something that was put in there for legal purposes, but it's never happened, so I can't speak to it. I apologize.
Again, my concern is I'm concerned if someone is one of those customers that you don't find profitable, that you may determine it is to exclude them from the program. Again, it may not matter, but that person may be. Well, I read contracts and I'm interpreting them, so I'm just trying to figure out why that's in there, because I understand why you terminate someone if they move out of a reforest, why you terminate them no longer a ComEd customer, but why would you terminate them for some reason that seems to be outside the agreement, which is what this language says to me.
No, we wouldn't terminate. If they opted in, then we're not going to be reanalyzing accounts or anything like that. We're just going to serve them.
Okay. Well, I mean, I agree with you, Ann, but if it, obviously that would have to be confirmed by your legal counsel that that MC Squared can just arbitrarily terminate a user simply because of it sounds like anything, but it doesn't. I mean, that doesn't appear to be what the case is. But I'm not a lawyer. I mean, I didn't read it that way. Greg?
Yeah, so there's two sets of requirements here. There's the power supply agreement between the village and MC Squared, and then there's the standard terms and conditions, which is what Trustee Karji is looking at.
Right.
And so I believe Trustee Karji's question is what under the power supply agreement would allow MC Squared to get rid of unprofitable customers who may be upset that they're being kicked out of the program. Right. So if someone from MC Squared or the village's consultant could speak to that, I think that's where the questions
the
are
issue
heading.
is. So what we would, that would need to be confirmed by your lawyer, Ann, by MC Squared, that would not be possible, and that would not be a remedy.
Thanks, Greg. I didn't know what the PSA was.
Yeah, the PSA is the power supply agreement, which is the document that the terms and conditions you're looking at are attached to.
Thank you. Okay. So, excuse me? Anybody else have
I did have another question.
Okay, Patty.
And I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to, again, think about questions that folks may have and just have a better understanding. So this is another hypothetical. Sorry, but what happens on the off chance that MC Squared can't purchase enough power? I know there was discussion around it would be ideal to be able to purchase from wind farms in Illinois, and that apparently isn't, at least at this point, not able to get everything, and you're going to the Midwest, which is, I don't have issue with that. I'm just hypothetically on the off chance, for whatever reason, wind farm you thought you were going to get it from, tornado came through and they couldn't provide the energy anymore. What happens to customers then?
Let me just be clear, though. The supply that we're buying is actually from the grid. We're not buying from a wind farm. So these are renewable energy certificates. It's not actual wind energy that we're buying.
It's renewable, right. And you're buying
certificates, renewable energy certificates, REC. They actually, promote development in wind or solar or whatever the case may be, but we're not actually buying that type of supply directly.
Supporting the development of a project, maybe let's say in North Dakota that had wind, that development could only sell so many RECs. And they're just saying that we're going to supply this much renewable energy into the grid. And so, I mean, it's kind of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of two parts. You're supporting the development, but you're not really purchasing it directly from them, because once it's in the grid, again, you don't know where that electron's coming from. I mean, it could come, you know, it could be coal, it could be nuclear, it could be wind.
Correct. It's whatever the mix is in the PJM territory. So that's where we actually get the electricity supply.
Yeah, and PJM is another whole.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No more acronyms.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Tom's question, I'm sorry, did you finish answering that question?
Yep, I think so. Go ahead, Erica.
Okay. Brought up something for me. So if people aren't able to pay their electricity bill, I think that there are probably guidelines that ComEd has to follow where maybe they're not allowed to turn off people's electricity. And do you follow those same guidelines that ComEd does? Are you allowed to change your guidelines, or do you have different sets of rules for when you can make a termination? And what would happen to the customer there?
Mm-hmm. So MC Squared does not bill the customers directly for supply. ComEd does that. So we provide ComEd with our rate data, and they actually bill the customer through their tariff for suppliers that are considered purchase of receivables. So for a customer, they're not seeing anything differently except for the fact that on the flip side of the ComEd bill, under supply, it says MC Squared Energy Services. ComEd bills it. The residents have the same services, budget billing, like any kind of light heat or any other kind of services that ComEd has. That's all there for them, regardless if they're with a supplier or if they're with ComEd. So it's really under ComEd's rules. It has nothing to do with MC Squared billing.
Yeah, and I was just asking Erica, our last aggregation contracts were exactly the same. You know, it was everything ComEd managed all of that. You know, if there was any issues with billing and so forth, it's all ComEd.
Okay.
Since you mentioned PJM, if the Illinois, I think it's the Clean Jobs Act passes, so Illinois establishes its own energy market, what happens?
Well, if there's any kind of regulatory changes or anything like that, that's all addressed in the contract, in the power supply agreement. Like if there's any kind of regulatory changes. That would disallow this type of program.
Go ahead, Katie.
Just gonna, my best guess on that is that would impact, regardless of where you get your energy. It would also, even if we didn't do something with MC Squared and everyone just stayed, with ComEd, that would impact the ComEd contract as well.
Right, but if they're acquiring, and I know this was an example, but if they're acquiring from a wind farm in North Dakota that's no longer attached to the Illinois market, what happens?
They're not buying it. Yeah, they're buying from the grid.
My understanding is that they are buying energy from the market, the overall market, and then they're investing in these RECs, renewable energy credits, which our village has committed to investing in renewable energy procurement in our comp plan, in Planet Green 1, Planet Green 2, Greenest Region Compact 1, Greenest Region Compact 2, and the Chicago Climate Charter that we signed. Right. We've committed to doing all of this, and this agreement allows us to do it with no harm.
Right.
We are not, our residents aren't paying anymore, and we're actually getting the ability to say that we've adopted, this renewable energy, and that we've, what is the name of this badge? that we are an EPA Green Power partner community, which I'm not certain, but I think it might open us up to more grant opportunities. And then on top of that, we're also able to get the $30,000 to $40,000 a year
Right.
civic contribution
fund.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, it's and just to add, I'm sorry, Julie, but also Oak Park has the same contract, by the way, too, using MC Squared, as I'm aware of. So this is not, we're not blazing any real trail. It's the trail's already out there.
There's 14 different communities with this type of contract.
Right. Yeah. So
I have one more question. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Sure. And then we'll go to the vote. Go ahead, Patty.
It's a kind of a comment / question in terms of communication to the residents and in terms of wanting to be, touting what you're saying as far as, Katie, that whole list you just shared as far as the benefits to why we're doing this, why people should want us to be doing this, right? Is there a possibility, as long as a mailing is going out, and obviously MC Squared is going to have to be agreeable, I don't know how we would do this, but is there a way to include a second sheet of FAQs, FYI, whatever, how we can help communicate more clearly the benefits and for people to, I'm thinking even if we shared in the newsletter, to me it seems not everybody's reading the newsletter and then getting the letter at the same time. Maybe they saw one and not the other. I'm thinking if the letter and the reasons for doing this are in the same envelope so people can see it at the same time, might go a long way in communicating and having people understand why we're doing this. Does that make sense? And I don't know if that's doable.
I'll let Ann. Yep. Ann, I'm sorry.
Sure. So we do draft up an FAQ along with the letters, and we provide those to the village to review. And you could, change up the FAQs however you would like. But we do take the first stab on them and explain the program.
So what we'll do, Patty?
I just think part of including specifically that we agreed to this, we signed on to, that's not something you would have necessarily included in your FAQs, but I think it's important. So I'm glad we could change them.
Yeah. Well, we'll let them take a shot. We're going to, it's, because it's coming from the village, we're going to make sure, and we'll even have you look at it, the board, if you want, and comment on it. That's not an issue. We want to make it as robust as possible for sure for our residents. So, okay, very good. Hearing no further questions, why don't we go ahead and take the vote?
Trustee Hennick.
Yes.
Trustee O'Connell.
Yes.
Trustee Bachner.
Yes.
Trustee Kargi.
Yeah.
Trustee Vasquez.
Yes.
Trustee Brennan.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, very good. So what's up next is the backyard chicken program. So no action or motion needed on this. So I'm going to ask Julie or John, or who wants to take this issue? I know we there was a few inquiries about allowing chicken coops, chicken whatever in river forests, and so the village asked the commission to look into this, and they spent some time talking on it at the commission. So, and I think the decision was to not continue to discuss it because it was out of their really kind of their realm of what they, as a commission, would be doing, focus on what they would be doing. But I don't want to put words in Julie's mouth or John's mouth, but I think that's ultimately where the program is heading right now, is just status quo. So go ahead, Julie.
I'll go first. No, I just, in light of the fact that, I was only aware of one request.
We had several.
Okay. I was only aware of
one was Trustee Dwyer years ago.
Okay. Well, from the past, and when we had taken on the bee ordinance, I think 3 years ago, the bees and chickens were kind of combined, and then it was bigger. So we just, the Sustainability Commission just addressed the bees. We do, and I personally feel that down the road, chickens will come up again and should be addressed. But what happened was the pandemic, and I actually sold my house a year earlier than I expected, and I'm leaving the commission, as you know. And I didn't feel, while I brought it up at the commission meeting to see where the commissioners were at, the fact that I was leaving and then there's going to be a new chair put in place, I didn't feel that at this time it was something to put on that person's plate. And I also didn't feel that, the fact that we just came through, finished that matrix with our goals in mind, and that carbon emissions were really the big goal, that something had to give. And I wrote a letter to President Ducci saying that I think that this could be a status quo for the time being. Now, if somebody wants to argue that or give the commission, tell them to look into this further, I do think that it will take time. I do think that we need to tell our citizens, we need to look pros and cons, and, whether individual commissioners agree or disagree, we should just come up with the information for the trustees. And if that's something that the trustees would like the commission to do, they should request that. But it does take time, and when residents request it, as all of you know, everything takes time, and ordinances come up, and so we have to look at all angles. So I can't speak for the commission now, but I think that they would be willing to look into this and come up with some type of report.
Okay.
But I did not ask them to do it. I did not, they do have a full plate. Yeah. And so I really felt that the aggregation and energy and carbon emissions were more of a commitment and something that they should be working on.
Yeah.
Things that offset that. I mean, chickens are important, but
okay.
That's where
so unless somebody is just dying to address the chicken issue, we will put it on because talking with Lisa just a little bit, I think there is a full plate, as you mentioned, Julie. So I would say that
if somebody can research it on the side or something, I mean, that could be done, but it's
I would like to make a suggestion, though, if I could. Julie, I totally appreciate your reasons for wanting to delay this, and having listened to the meeting and the conversation could always be something that's revisited. The suggestion I have, though, seeing as this was put on the agenda and almost sort of read as if we had a chicken program, I mean, even my own husband came out after getting the email, so we can have chickens now? And I heard from another resident who sent a text about us being able to have chickens. So in light of that, I do think we might want to have some sort of brief, whatever, maybe in the next newsletter, that updating that this is not something we have. It's not something, we're looking into now. Maybe at some point in time it is. Just so people are clear that, you know what I mean? Because the way it was on the agenda, chicken program is kind of like we had a program and we don't, and we're not looking into it currently, which is fine. But in light of it being on the agenda, I think it would make sense to clarify that.
Okay. Yeah.
That would just be my suggestion.
Fair enough. And that I take responsibility for putting that on there. I guess I was trying to wrap things up, and
that's fine. I mean, we got you handled. So no worry, Julie. And good suggestion, Patty. We'll take John. We'll put that on our rolling list of rolling list of issues. Okay, very good. So now to the real fun part of our agenda. Unless anybody has anything more to talk about on chickens, we'd like to give our thanks to you, Julie. We've been whacking our brain about what we can do to honor you and say thank you to you. And I'll let every trustee, give you a thanks and bid you well. Julie is, as everyone knows, sold her house earlier than expected, and she has resigned as chair of the Sustainability Commission. And you could see we have Lisa Gillis taking her place, and they did a very nice already transition, because I think, Julie, you're pretty much gone now. So, but we didn't want you to leave without all of us individually and collectively saying thank you for all your service. We are going to do some cool things for you. Because you were so instrumental in our composting. Well, you're instrumental in a lot of things, and I will get to that in a minute here as soon as I can bring up all my notes. But we do want to honor your dedication to helping us get, I think, composting in our village. And so we're going to put we're going to ask the village of River Forest to engage in composting and sign up for composting. So I knew that would make you happy. Why we haven't yet done it is beside me. So the fire department, police department, the village hall are going to compost, and it's all because of you. So you can talk to the police and fire and village about that. So we're going to put a container, I guess, a compost container right here, somewhere in front of the village or somewhere visible. And we are going to put a very nice placard, I guess, that will say, and I will read it, and you will see it on the placard, and it will say, "Inspired by and with much thanks to Julie Moeller, tireless member and leader of the Village of River Forest Sustainability Commission. To Julie, we owe you a debt of gratitude for her passion and leadership in founding many village sustainability initiatives, including curbside composting, the recycling extravaganza, community aggregation of green energy, and the Green for Good program and across District 90. So that will be placed nicely along those composting bins so that everybody can read all about what you did and why you did it and how important you were to our community. Just to give you, again, I'll let everybody say their thanks, but a short list of things that Julie has created or been instrumental in. She created the D90 compost program in our schools, which, of course, we've said that. Co-created the Green Block Party program. Co-created the Village of River Forest Community Herb Garden and the Parkway for Pollinators program and the community garden. Created the curbside composting, therefore that's why this wonderful dedication to Julie. Helped create the Greenest Region Compact, promoted creation of the River Forest Village of River Forest Sustainability Commission, and created the recycling extravaganza. You also were a member of the Parks Foundation. You remember that. You were, of course, a member and now chair of the River Forest Sustainability Commission. You were a liaison to the Oak Park River Forest Green for Good, and, of course, liaison at that time to the River Forest Village. You, in D90, you compost, garden, green energy audits, sustainability tour for Roosevelt Middle School. You were very much engaged in D90. You were part of the Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus, and you were the liaison for us here in the village. You were the member of the Special Chicago Region Ad Hoc Recycling Task Force. In OPRF, you were part of the Planet Green. You liaisoned with the Village of River Forest. You were part of the One Earth Film Festival moderator and host. And you spoke at countless times at the classes and events at Dominican, Concordia, Roosevelt, Lincoln, Willard, and a variety of sustainability issues, So not only were you part of a creation, you just did everything. I'm surprised you were at home at all. Yeah, given all the activities and involvement you were in River Forest. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for all the dedicated services you did. I know it took you away from your family at times. The extravaganza was incredible in terms of what you did, and just the amount of activity and coordination. It was insanely successful, and I want to thank you for all that you've done for the Village of River Forest. So on behalf of the residents and, of course, the full board, and they'll give you their comments, we couldn't have done it without you. You made positive change for us, and we are grateful. And we have gratitude for all of that. So thank you. And then I'll just open it up to the trustees as well.
Are we doing this in order? Or?
Well, whatever. Okay. Tom, go ahead. You can be first.
I I was on the park board when the foundation was created. And Julie, I can't remember if you were one of the initial members, but I know that even during my time on the park board, you were a member, and you and other members of the park board. I'm just going to give you credit now, but I know there was other people. You created the green block parties, just a ton of stuff. I always said after the park board and while I was on the village board that the people that were in the Park Foundation, now the Sustainability Committee, were the hardest working residents of River Forest, and I do believe it's true. You guys, your stamina, your persuasiveness, your hard work was truly inspirational. I thank you for all you did. I mean, you are basically the garbage lady of River Forest, and you've got both a contract that is beneficial from an environmental perspective, but also keeps the economic interests of River Forest residents at heart. I will, one aside, and it's 2 years or a year ago, whatever it lasted, the last time we did the recyclable fiesta or whatever we call it, I've never seen anyone work so hard as you. I mean, I'll admit, I walked 13,000 feet or 13,000 steps that day because I happen to have a, whatever they were called on my wrist, which is the most I've ever walked in my life. And I think you probably did 26,000 steps. So you will be missed. Yeah, and John as well. It's regrettable that both of you are leaving our village.
Scott.
And I hope there are others that sort of recognize the value you have to the village and will respect you. I congratulate you on the Julie Moeller Memorial, what do we call
composting.
Compost
It's inspired by Julie Moeller Composting Center.
The Julie Moeller compost pit, but at least your memory will be forever retained in organic material that will be distributed throughout the village.
Composting Center.
Love it. Love it.
Thank you, Tom. Patty?
Sure. Well, I echo everything that's been said. Julie, thank you so much. I mean, it really, I know I've said this at previous meetings. I'm just so impressed and blown away by the passion and dedication you have for all of us on all our behalf and giving us all these nudges to move in the right direction and to make the world a better place. I have to tell you, actually, you and Katie, and this is a good thing, I kind of think of you two as sort of like my mom when you've got them, in the back of your head when you do things. So literally, as I'm making various decisions about party planning or putting my recycling in or getting rid of plastic bags, and truthfulness, you guys are in the back of my mind because you really have set such a great example and a good role model for what we should be doing. And you've done it in a gracious, nice way in terms of, not guilting people into doing it. And I think that's important to get the buy-in. And I appreciate that approach. It's awesome. The plaque is awesome. I love that. Good for you. I'm glad to see that we'll have that to honor you, even though you're not going to be here and you will be missed. So good luck to you as you transition into a new home. I hope all goes well, and I'm sure you'll visit. I'm sure we'll see you around. So thank you for everything. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Patty.
Kathy, I have something to say as well.
Yes.
Julie, this is Russ, and I just want to, I agree with what Tom and Patty have said, but I also have more of a personal comment to make. I know you were one of the first individuals who welcomed me to the village of River Forest. I know we met. And it was before the actual commission started. And we talked about your interest on sustainability throughout. I was always impressed about how you were really spearheading a lot of the issues for the village. I know we didn't talk about this, but you were quite an inspiration for me to run on the village board, just giving to the community. I'm never as close to the level that you have contributed to and to this village, but I've always admired you for all the efforts that you have done and given to the village. So hopefully, as I live longer, I might get to that point. So, but I do want to wish you the best. You will be greatly missed, and thank you for everything you've done for the village.
Thank you.
Thank you, Riz. Erica. Yep.
I'd like to say something. So I think, Julie, before I even knew who like Julie and John Mueller were, I knew that there was somebody who helped out all the time at Roosevelt and was getting into the like garbage cans and cleaning them out and just like doing all this work for the kids and making sure that they were using the right garbage bins for everything and teaching them. And it's something to organize other people and like do what you've done on a board level, but like every week on a daily basis, like you're getting in there and you're getting dirty and you're making sure that like things are happening. And that's huge, you know? So to be doing both sides of that, I really commend you. And just thank you so much for sharing all of what you have to give with River Forest. And I know where you continue on to, you'll spread the word and make even bigger impacts. So thank you, Julie.
Hey, Kath. Julie, just congratulations on moving on to another phase of your life. You know, it seems from the long list, and I didn't realize how long the list was, that you took some real global issues and made them pretty local. And so congratulations for that. Thank you very much. And, you know, you've set a pretty high benchmark for my neighbor. So we're going to be backing up Lisa as she goes along. But congratulations again to you in the next stage of your life. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, that leaves Katie, I think.
Yeah. I think you guys nailed it when you identified Julie's quiet, non-judgmental leadership and roll up her sleeves example that she sets. I mean, I have enjoyed working shoulder to shoulder with Julie so much. I've learned so much from Julie over the years that we've been working together on the Parks Foundation and the Sustainability Commission, and it's, you know, and other projects as well. When people talk about Julie Moeller and her work in River Forest, you hear phrases like pillar of the community and tireless leader, and comments about the mark that she's made and the legacy that she's going to leave with the village. But I think that George Strom's comment in an e-card that many of us signed really, for me, summed it up. He said three things. He said, "You've done such a great job of creating a green environment in River Forest. You've been such a pleasure to work with. And without you, we would never have started a composting program with Roy Strom." And, you know, we can fill in the blanks of composting program with many other programs that we would not have without Julie. And I want to say thank you, and thank you for making it so fun to work together. And we'll be in touch.
Yes, and Kathleen, of course.
Hi, Julie. I'm just thinking that probably about 15 years ago, I joined a committee with the district. And I was the old mom in the crew, and there was all these young, enthusiastic moms at D90 who had this vision and this passion, and that committee eventually came to be Green for Good. And I guess what I want to thank you for, because your passion was clearly inspiring, was that all of you that have done all this work and all that you have done, it started a conversation in my family. It started a conversation at our dinner table after every one of those meetings. And because of that, my family is richer. And I thank you for that.
Very nice. Thank you, Kathleen. Well, I don't know. Lisa's going to have a pretty hard shoes to fill here, I'm afraid. But Julie, I mean, it does remind me, Katie, you did remind me of when I went into the negotiations with Roy Strom. I have to laugh. I mean, that poor guy walked out. It was hilarious. I mean, we got everything you asked for, and he was great. And you could tell he wanted to embrace your thoughts and your thinking. So funny that you said that, Katie. It did make me laugh and chuckle a little. So, Julie, thank you. I don't know if you want to say a few words. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say this is kind of embarrassing because it was so many people, you know, who did all the work as well. I mean, from Sue Crothers to Katie to the current commission and Lisa to, you know, Kathleen when we started Green for Good. So it's everything built on top of each other. So I just look forward to things continuing. And yeah, if you need any, you know, tutorials on composting, I'll be happy to come out. I love the compost cart, and you'll be happy to know I did a little assessment of my own move from my own home. And I calculated that 29 families received stuff from my home because we downsized. This is embarrassing, about 2,000 pounds was donated to either Goodwill, Scares, Animal Care League for my own home. And I had 200 pounds of metal. So this was a couple homes being cleaned out over several months, but I did my own little recycling extravaganza, and yeah, to say goodbye to River Forest, which is a great community. So,
well,
yeah.
we hope you'll come back and visit us, and if you were here, we'd give you a big hug. But sorry that we're all virtual, but
yeah. Okay. That was very nice of you. Thank you. It was very thoughtful.
Well, you're welcome.
With appropriate social distancing, of course.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be moving on. You're more than welcome to stay, Julie, but we're going on to traffic and safety now. So if I can get a motion and a second to talk about the parking study, I would ask the trustees to do that.
Okay.
Motion.
I move to approve the recommendation in the commuter parking study draft report as modified and recommended by the Traffic and Safety Commission.
Second.
That was Bob. Okay. All right. Eric, what would you like to do with this?
This one will turn over to Jeff Loster. And Jeff, you can just give us a brief overview, and then Eric Russell from KLOA is on the line.
Yep, I saw Eric. Okay.
Sure. So as most of you probably remember, later last year, we started kind of discussing that we were treating some of the parking requests that came in a bit of a vacuum. So we kind of discussed the idea of doing a comprehensive commuter parking study throughout the village. So the village, we kind of worked with KLOA. We've worked with them before. They do our traffic studies. You've seen Eric before, most recently on the Safe Walking Around School project. And so we worked with them to kind of establish 4 different zones, if you will, throughout the village. They performed a study. We also had a survey that went out to residents, university students, things like that. Basically, I think, and Eric might touch on this, I think we had 340 some responses to that survey. So a lot of data went into this, and then Eric and his team kind of just put together a sizable report, and he's here to discuss some of their findings and essentially the recommendations that the Traffic and Safety Commission looked at last Wednesday and discussed. So Eric, if you want to roll into your presentation, have at it.
Thanks, Jeff. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to take control of the screen here. Does everyone see that?
Not yet.
Nothing.
How about that?
Still nothing.
Oh, not yet.
Eric, are you using the share screen, the green share screen button that should be along the bottom of your screen?
I am, yes. Try that.
Here we are.
Okay.
Like,
There you go. All right.
Can everybody see Eric's screen now?
Yes.
Great.
Okay, well, it's nice to be with you all this evening, talk about parking at 9 o'clock at night. I'm sure it's an exciting thing to talk about this late, but I'm going to try and be brief, but I want to touch on the highlights because it was a very comprehensive study and it had a lot of input from village residents, village employees, village staff. the Traffic and Safety Commission. So I do want to give you a highlight of everything we did. Just quickly now, the objectives of the study were two things. One was to identify the strategies to minimize the commuter parking impacts on the residential streets in the neighborhood. And the other thing was to identify means to accommodate commuter parking needs, both today and in the future. We defined who commuters are by this study. They're Metro riders, they're Green Line riders, those that ride PACE and CTA bus service, village employees, business employees in the village, and the population on the two university campuses. The study area, as Jeff mentioned, was broken into 4 parts. This was defined at the beginning of our study. Zone 1 in the upper left corner. Can you all see my cursor here? I'll be using it throughout. That is the area around Dominican University. Zone 2 is the area around Concordia University. Zone 3 surrounds the town center, and Zone 4 surrounds the metro station. We'll talk a little bit about the recommendations in each of those zones. Beyond the street parking within those zones, though, we also studied some of the off-street lots. And the notable lots we looked at were the 2 metro station lots. We looked at the lots around Village Hall that are owned by the village. We looked at the United Methodist Church lot at Lake and Thatcher, and then all the lots and garages that support the 2 university campuses. The basis for our recommendations, we did a full inventory of all of the parking that's on the street, the capacity of the parking on the street. We did a survey of the utilization of those spaces over a 12-hour period. This was in mid-November, 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening. Every street and those lots that I just listed before. We obtained data from the U.S. Census Bureau, from Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, demographic data on the village. We obtained historic ridership data from Metra, as well as historic parking data that they collected over the past 15 years at the metro station. We did, as Jeff mentioned, a full online survey of residents, business owners, and university population, which I'll touch on next. Staff had a chance to review our report at the 50% complete level and at the 90% complete level, and we had their input in our findings and recommendations. And then most recently last week, the Traffic and Safety Commissioners weighed in on the report. In the study, you'll see a lot of colorful figures like this, but it just one example. The figure you see to the left just summarizes the parking regulations that are currently on each of the streets in the village. This is for Zone 4. And to the right, you'll see something that looks like a heat map, which reflects the utilization of the street parking spaces at its peak. This happens to be in Zone 4, metro station right in the center of the screen here. What's in red would be the heaviest use parking, and what's in the darkest green would be the lightest use parking. This depicts the noontime period around the metro station. Just one example of what you would see in our report. As far as the parking questionnaire goes, it was distributed through the village's website with a direct link. Some of the findings are important to note in our recommendations. We did get 348 responses back, which is a pretty good sampling of people's opinions on commuter parking in the village. 52% of those respondees were residents, 28% are employed in the village, 20% attend college in the village. If you look at their modes of transportation as they're reported, just over 50% are currently using the River Forest Metro Station, and just under half of those people use that station 5 days a week during the week. Pretty interesting. 10% use the Green Line station at Harlem and Lake, and less than 2% are using PACE bus service. Some of the key findings and responses: 80% of the residents feel that their block is not impacted by commuter parking. We did receive specific comments from residents that had concerns on their block, but in each of the 4 zones, less than 10% of those that responded that live on the block in those zones had any concerns regarding commuter parking. 57% responded back that they felt there was adequate parking at the metro station. 48% felt that the fees were acceptable, both the monthly permit fees as well as the daily fees. We did float a question whether people had an interest in what we were calling premium parking, which would be in the East Thatcher lot. East Thatcher lot would be a guaranteed space. It would be about twice as much as the normal permit fee on a monthly basis, but you'd be guaranteed a specific space within that lot rather than a first come, first served basis. And 84% of the permit holders were not interested in that option. And lastly, 19% of the college students are reported parking on the street and not on the campus. just to touch on recommendations in Zone 4, there's two parts of Zone 4. There's the metro station parking, and then there's the street parking in the zone. So I wanted to touch on the metro station recommendations first. Key findings from the questionnaire, very interesting. First off, there is a wait list of people interested in obtaining a monthly permit to park at the station. There's currently, at the time of our study, there was 39 people on the wait list, and long wait times to obtain a permit. Many people were waiting for over a year to obtain a monthly permit. And an issue for those people is that they're forced to pay the daily fee and parking the daily fee spaces as opposed to the monthly spaces. And if someone was to use the station 5 days a week and you would break down their costs paying the daily fee rather than the monthly permit fee, which is $50, they're paying about twice as much money to use the daily fee spaces, so on a per day basis. So it is a concern, and it's a cost concern for those residents. And another concern was the fact that many of those residents are driving by the West Thatcher lot and finding that they see that the lot looks only about half full. It was not too long ago, it was changed over from a daily fee lot to a monthly permit lot. And since then, that lot has not appeared to be full, and that's been an issue for those that have been waiting for a permit to park in the permit spaces. Overall, there's 189 parking spaces in the village dedicated to the metro station. 90 of those are about just under half are permit spaces. 99 of them are daily fee spaces. We did surveys out at all those spaces to determine what the use of those spaces were. And what we found was that there were 55, at its peak, 55 spaces were available. About a third of those were permit spaces, about 2/3 were daily fee spaces, but there was a surplus of metro parking today of around 55 spaces. If we go back and look at metro parking data that they've collected every other year practically over the past 15 years, that surplus has ranged anywhere from 21 spaces at a low to close to the 55 spaces that we saw when we did our survey. So that's kind of the range in the current surplus that exists. We use the demographic data from CMAP, projections of ridership, metro ridership in the future. We used a future projection year of the year 2050 to match the planning horizon of CMAP. And projecting forward based on what the population is projected to be in the village and the percentage of residents that currently use Metro, we anticipate there could be anywhere from a surplus of only 6 spaces to a deficit of as many as 35 spaces, projecting out 30 years into the future. So a long way to go out, and it's not a whole lot of spaces, but it would be more spaces than the village currently supplies, and that went into our recommendations. So we had 2 courses of action in our report. First is more near term, and that is to, as best as possible, maximize use of the existing parking supply. One, we think it's important to maintain the current allocation of parking. You see on the map here to the right, anything that's shown in blue is the permit parking spaces, and everything to the west of Keystone is permit parking. Everything to the east of Keystone in red is the daily fee parking. And maintaining that allocation we felt was appropriate. But we felt it's also very appropriate that residents that desire a monthly permit should be able to receive one. And what we're recommending is that the village currently has a sales cap on the number of permits that would sell. That cap is 121 permits. When we did our study, 103 of those permits were sold and 18 of them were unsold. You could eliminate half of the wait list simply by selling the number of permits left to reach the cap. But we think if you sell to whatever permits want and really lift the cap, not have a cap at all, the worst case scenario would be, based on the current utilization of those lots, is that you could have a demand for permit spaces that exceeds the capacity, the number of permit spaces that are actually there. What we project was you could exceed that capacity by 9%. However, monthly permit spaces are on a first-come, first-served basis. And it's always been the case, but monthly permit holders may not be aware that they can park in the daily fee spaces if they can't find a spot in the monthly permit spaces. And there's no penalty to do that. They don't have to pay twice to do that. But I think that needs to be publicized more. So if with no sales cap and all 39 people on the wait list are able to obtain a monthly permit to park in the permit spaces, if few more of them come, then the capacity, not only will both of the Thatcher lots be utilized, but any excess people can park in the daily fee spaces, and there's more than sufficient surplus of daily fee spaces to support that extra number of people. Last point in the near-term recommendation was for the village to look into a vehicle charging station on the East Thatcher lot. There was some response in the survey of an interest in that. It was only about less than 10% of the people actually had an electric vehicle or was considering buying one. But those that did respond, the number one location they would like to see a charging station would be at the metro station lot. So something that the village could look into in the future, dedicating a space for that use. Now looking at the projected potential shortfall in metro parking into the future, now is a good time for the village to start planning for that. It may not be something in the next year or 2 or 3 or 5 where that shortfall is going to be met. But at some point, some additional metro parking is going to be needed. So we looked at a couple locations where it made sense to do that. The nearest location is on the left of the screen here in the West Thatcher lot. There's a weird curbing that's in the lot, and it kind of separates the metro lot from a lot that served the former rehab facility, but the village has ownership of the access driveway, part of it anyway. A little reconfiguration of that lot could easily gain you 3 parking spaces. So that was one location very quickly to gain 3. On the right of the screen here, as everyone knows, there's daily fee parking along Hawthorne that extends east as far as about mid-block between Park and Franklin, along the abutment to the rail line. The abutment continues all the way down to Franklin, and the space is there to just put some striping in and add some additional daily fee spaces in that area. You can gain another 10 spaces by doing that. So that's another location to pick up some parking. And the third location, and the reason that we surveyed the United Methodist Church lot, there's 2 lots serving the church. The east lot closest to the building kind of serves the preschool program that they have in there. But the west lot, which is I'm sure heavily used on Sundays, from what we saw, went unused during the week. There's 36 spaces in that lot, only 450 feet from the metro platform, which is extremely close. Many communities that we work with will actually acquire or lease parking from a church in particular that only has need for the parking on Sundays primarily to use for commuter parking during the week. And so our recommendation is to have a dialogue with the church to see if there's an opportunity there for either an acquisition or lease of some type of use of that lot for commuter parking during the weekday. Again, there's 36 spaces in that lot. Between those 3 locations alone, the village could gain 49 parking spaces, which would be more than sufficient to meet the potential shortfall that we see well into the future. Just to touch on the street parking recommendations in Zone 4, there were 2 options we looked at. One was maintaining the current resident permit parking program, which seems to be working very well. It seems to be keeping most commuters out of the neighborhood blocks with some minor some targeted enforcement on a couple blocks and some minor adjustments of regulations. It seemed to work very well. The other option we had looked at was replacing the resident permit parking program as well as the 2-hour parking restrictions south of that zone and the 3-hour regulations that are up along Lake Street north of the permit parking zone with a blanket longer-term 4-hour regulation covering the entire zone. So one consistent regulation covering the broader zone. Floated that by with the Traffic and Safety Commission. The commission also received some public comments, and option 1 was by far the preferred recommendation to maintain the current resident permit parking program with just one amendment. What it looks like on the map here, those recommendations. Again, the first bullet point, just maintain that resident permit parking program. There is a location, there's a lot of residents here up along Lake and Thatcher that live in apartments and townhomes, and there's a relative shortage of off-street parking in that area, which is why the village has 24-hour permits in the East Thatcher lot. But if those residents were eligible to obtain a street parking permit, it would be very helpful to them. And so that was a recommendation to make sure that they are eligible for that. The amendment that the Traffic and Safety Commission offered in the third bullet point here was on the south side of the block between Edgewood and Thatcher. It's currently a 3-hour parking zone adjacent to those apartments. and converting that to a resident permit parking regulation consistent with what's on Edgewood and Central and some of the other blocks in the area, would also help those residents have additional parking available to them. There'd be a gain of about 11 resident permit parking spaces by doing that. Last point is just there's a couple blocks where we heard some resident feedback and some of our surveys indicate there might be a few cars on the block that maybe aren't residents, they don't have permits on display. So just some targeted enforcement on a couple blocks to make sure that the regulations are being adhered to. Quick touch on the Zone 3. Again, Zone 3 around the town center. There's 2 locations in Zone 3. North of Lake Street, more the residential area, and then south of Lake Street, more of the town center area. Traffic and Safety Commission was favorable to the recommendations in both of those 2 areas. North of Lake Street, here we did recommend a blanket regulation. Currently, most of the zone is under a 2-hour regulation at all times, seven days a week, 24 hours a day. And there's a couple blocks in the zone, notably on Monroe over to the west, just between Quick and Lake, that's a 3-hour regulation. And there's a couple blocks, William and Monroe. These would be the, I believe the 600-700 blocks of William and Monroe that are unregulated. And there were some comments we received from residents that there were people parking in those zones for 6-7 hours at a time, and it did create some concern. Also, our surveys showed in the 2-hour zones there were a lot of people that were parked there for much longer periods. Some as many as 8 to 12 hours. And I think what we found out was many of them are residents, and the way that the enforcement is currently taking place, if the enforcement officer can determine that they are a resident, he kind of overlooks it and citations are not issued. Or if he determines that they're guests or possibly contractors of the residents in those areas, he also will overlook it. But there's some extra steps involved before confirming whether they're a resident or not, or a non-resident, in which case a citation would be issued. So I think there's inconvenience there with having a 2-hour regulation. It's a very short time regulation. The residents don't seem to be probably getting citations for it. And it probably is effective at keeping any commuters out of there. But those commuters may be moving a little further from the 2-hour zone into those unregulated zones from what we can tell. By having a blanket regulation that's a little longer in time period, we're recommending 4 hours, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. just on the weekdays. Not only would you eliminate those violations that are occurring, which is anyone parking more than 2 hours on the street, but you'd continue to provide that deterrence, keep commuters out of the area. You'd provide the same regulation on the blocks that are currently unregulated that might be receiving some impacts. You'd have equity amongst all residents in this entire zone north of Lake Street that would have the same regulation. And you'd be able to make the enforcement efforts a little more streamlined. There wouldn't be multiple steps involved. If someone's parked for more than 4 hours, they would get a citation regardless of whether they were a resident or not. Those are the recommendations north of Lake Street. South of Lake Street, really the key issue that we saw was the village implemented some daily fee resident-only parking intended for those using the CTA station. The location of those spaces are on Central, south side of Central Avenue, west of William. And that's about 4 blocks away. That's about 1/3 of a mile from the CTA station, which is a pretty good walk. And from our surveys, there wasn't one person parked in those spaces. And I think there's 13 of those spaces. No, I'm sorry, there's 23 spaces that are dedicated to residents, daily fee parking to use the CTA station. We think clearly moving those spaces closer to the CTA station would be at least one test to see if they'd have better use. And they certainly are attractive. It's a much better rate than if the residents would need to park in the garages and no park to use the CTA station. So it's kind of a juggling area in this section between business permit parking, which is well used. There's some 2-hour parking in this area, and then there's the resident daily fee parking. We think that you can shift the daily fee parking closer to the CTA station, move some of the business parking spaces a little further, block or so further away from town center to still be used, balance out the 2-hour spaces, and it would work well for everyone still. There was one discussion we had with the Traffic and Safety Commission regarding 2-hour parking in front of the post office on Central. It would be on the north side of the street. It was a little confusion. Probably I wasn't real clear on what our recommendations were, but we never suggested removing the 2-hour parking in front of the post office on Central. Our recommendation was on the south side of the street, shifting those 2-hour spaces. So there's no change from our recommendations in the report from what we discussed at the Traffic and Safety Commission regarding that amendment. Quickly going over Zone 1, again, around the Dominican University campus, we looked at 3 options. One was maintaining free, unregulated parking along the Dominican frontage. 2 was to look at metered parking on the frontage instead of unregulated parking to try and recover some fees that might go toward maintenance of the streets in that area, since there is such a demand for parking on those streets. And then the third option was metered parking, as well as the conversion of the resident parking in those zones to no parking. Currently, north of the campus, it's all a no parking zone during the week. South of the campus, it's resident parking. Not resident permanent parking, just resident parking zones. So having a blanket regulation of no parking would be consistent across all sides of the university campus. Option 1 was the option that was preferred by the Traffic and Safety Commission, maintaining that free unregulated parking. It would look a little something like this. Not only, primarily Division Street is where the unregulated parking that is most heavily used is. Really from Thatcher all the way west to Franklin. It goes west of the campus by about 2 blocks, which causes conflicts with students that are walking north-south to Willard Elementary School. There's crossing guards at both Ashland and Franklin, and a lot of parkers along the block. There's, I think, 24 people that were parked east of Park that were using that free parking. At the same time, on the east frontage of the campus along Park Avenue, right to the east of campus on the frontage, west side of the street, there's a 2-hour parking zone. There's 40 spaces in that zone, and they were very lightly used. There's only about 12 cars that were parked there at peak. Probably because 2 hours is too short of a period that are currently parking further to the east on Division Street over to Park, and there's more than enough spaces there to accommodate them, and that would reduce some of the conflicts with the students traveling to and from Willard School as well. It would also avert the need to look into extending the resident parking program further south than the 1100 block. Over in Zone 2, similar issues around the Concordia campus. There we also looked at the resident parking zones, but there we felt there was a couple locations where some additional resident parking zones could be added. We again looked at metered parking along the campus frontage, and again, an option 3, a metered parking regulation with, in addition to that, some consistent blanket regulations across the zone. Option 1 here again was preferred by the Traffic and Safety Commission with one amendment. The location where we recommended extending, there's 2 locations we recommended extending the resident parking zone, excuse me. There's the apartment residents that are between Harlem and Bonnie Bray, up along a short block of Thomas and up along the south side of Division Street. That parking is fully parked, and the parking on those blocks matches the buildup of parking demand on the street around the campus. So by midday, those blocks are full, and it looks like they're full of students primarily. But we heard a lot of concerns about the apartment residents that have limited off-street parking, and these would be ideal locations to kind of supplement that parking if those blocks could be made resident parking zones, much like what's already on the Clinton and on William between Augusta and Iowa, 1 block south of the campus. The one amendment that the Traffic and Safety Commission recommended was, in addition to the current 2 resident parking zones in William and Clinton, they thought and suggested that the same blocks of Bonnie Bray and Monroe should be consistent and have the same resident parking regulation. Currently, they have a no parking regulation during the day, whereas the 2 blocks in between have a resident parking regulation, so residents can park on the street during the day, whereas on Monroe and Bonnie Bray, they can't. So being consistent with a resident parking regulation on those 2 blocks, that's the 900 blocks of Monroe and Bonnie Bray, with the current regulations that are already on William and Clinton and the other recommendations that we have on Thomas, this entire area south of the campus, east of the campus, the same consistent resident parking regulation. And there was a couple other blocks where we just suggested some targeted enforcement. Incidentally, there was resident parking regulations one block north on Monroe on the frontage of the campus between Augusta and Division, and on Jackson, if you travel one block to the west, there's also resident parking in place there. So really, it's a consistent parking regulation surrounding the Concordia campus. Lastly, some options we looked at for Village Hall. Currently, the Village Hall is served by 70 total parking spaces in a couple of different locations. There's the Village Hall lot. There's the lot at Park and Lake in the southeast corner. There's parking spaces that are designated on Central Avenue for village employees and municipal vehicles. And then there's the 3 parking spaces right in front of Village Hall, 10 spaces, I think. Combined, those spaces are well utilized. 83% were filled at the peak. The concern is the Park and Lake lot. That lot, I think, has always been considered temporary. It's a redevelopment site. There's 11 spaces the village uses for staff. There's also another 11 spaces or so that are leased out. But if that site were to redevelop, those staff members would need to go somewhere else. And the village should plan for another location to support Village Hall. There's 2 options that we looked at. The Traffic and Safety Commission preferred the first option. The first option is the least expensive option and can be very easily implemented. Just looking at the 3 blocks east of Village Hall on Central Avenue, there's currently a parking regulation on the north side of the street only, and it's allowed from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. But on the north side of the street, you have multiple driveways. You have sightline issues for traffic coming in and out of those driveways. With all those curb cuts, there's a limited number of parking spaces. There's 27 total parking spaces in the 3 blocks from Park down to Lathrop. If that parking lane was relocated to the south side of the street rather than the north side of the street, which would be along the railroad abutment there, there wouldn't be any curb cuts. There wouldn't be any breaks or driveways. There wouldn't be any sightline issues, and you could gain more parking. You could actually gain 16 more parking spaces, which is a 59% increase over what's there today. That additional parking, particularly on the block between Park and Franklin, could serve whatever spaces might be lost in the Park and Lake lot in the future. And in the evening, when the employees go home, there's additional parking available to the residents in the area. So it's kind of a win-win solution, making better use of Central Avenue. That was a preferred option. We looked at a longer term, it's a more expensive option, but if could a parking deck be built on the Village Hall lot? Yes, it's a tight site. We did take a look at it. It's a very expensive option. We didn't really cost it out, but it probably is a $2 million option. You could basically support all of the needs of Village Hall in this deck if it was a 3-level deck. Would need to span over Central Avenue a little bit, but it's something we looked at for a long-term option. And again, the Traffic Safety Commission preferred option number 1. That's just a quick synopsis of the 4 zones, planning for Metro Station parking in the future and planning for Village Hall parking into the future. I'm happy to answer any questions at this point.
So I'm not sure how we were going to proceed with this. I do have questions actually in each zone, so I don't know if it makes sense to tackle each zone at a time and whatever questions people might have.
Sure.
Ask them. Go ahead and ask by zone. Do you want to do?
Ask by. Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for all of this. It's a lot of good information. I will just give a little bit of feedback though. Since it is the 4 zones, it would have been helpful from reviewing the study if all your good maps and things were all kind of in the same area. You know what I mean? I felt like there was a lot of back and forth jumping, so I ended up using different devices to be able to look at the different things and be able to take notes. But otherwise, it was helpful. I don't know if it matters where we start. I guess we could start with Zone 4, since that's where you started. So a couple things are just kind of a clarification, an understanding as far as the resident permit parking. And then I know there were a couple points at the very end of the Traffic and Safety Commission meeting that Commissioner, I forget his last name, Johan, wanted to make sure were addressed. as far as the 24-hour parking arrangements because of the easement. And then he made a comment about enforcement latitude. But anyhow, just to clarify, as far as the resident permit parking there, what does that allow the residents? What does that give them? And are these the folks who require a placard in their car?
It is. They need to, I don't think there's a fee to it, but they do require a green hang tag that, I think it's a hang tag or maybe it's a sticker, but they have to have it on their car.
Okay, and is that 24-hour parking for them, or what is that? Just during the day hours?
Yeah, I think it's 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday. That's the time period that the permit parking regulations are in effect. Again, intended to keep commuters out of the area during that time.
There are other zones, there are other blocks in that area that have that similar restriction currently. So that was kind of an attempt to maintain some consistency throughout that zone.
Okay, so as far as the question about folks who get to park 24 hours, are they impacted at all with this? No.
So if that's, I assume you're referring to what Commissioner Johan Bass was referring to.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a side issue, if you will. I don't know how many of you recall the UP Railroad recently did a third rail expansion project. There is an alley that runs west of Edgewood, right off of the intersection of Central and Edgewood. So there's a private alley too. It's not public right of way, it's private alley, and the townhouses in that area, each of them kind of own a sliver of the alley essentially. They also park vehicles on the south side of that alley between the alley and the railroad embankment. But that's all on railroad property. So when the railroad was doing their project, they said, we need this first 100 feet to install an access ramp to get up to the tracks so we can do our work. So that displaced 4 or 5 or 6, I think it was only 4, but it might have been 5 or 6 vehicles who could no longer park on that alley essentially 24 hours a day and overnight. So the village had issued kind of special passes on a temporary basis so that those folks could park on Edgewood 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The intent of this study and these recommendations is not to change that at all, but that is a separate issue that either staff or the board or somebody's going to have, or Traffic and Safety Commission potentially, somebody's going to have to address that because UP Railroad is now looking to make that access ramp a permanent fixture. So those displaced vehicles will remain displaced at this point. But the idea was not to kind of change the regulations and kick those folks out of there. It would just be to implement these recommendations while still letting them park there currently until a more permanent situation was established specific to them.
And do you know a timing of when that's going to happen with do we know yet?
So we're still working with UP on a permit for that ramp. They've kind of indicated that they wish to make it permanent. So we've gone back and forth with them about village requirements, and they've agreed that they'll come in and get a permit. But there's some back and forth going on currently. Eric Palm, I don't know if you've been party to any conversations that I've not. I don't know what the timing is to answer your question.
Okay, but just so I'm clear, but when that happens, we will need to work with those residents to try and identify 4 spaces for them to be able to use 24 hours? Unless
we just allow them to continue parking on Edgewood 24/7 and the current situation just becomes a permanent situation.
I see, okay. And then if we're extending the resident parking along Lake, we would just notify those apartment, the renters over there that this is something that they can access if they need it?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, just for a second. Jeff, is there a problem amongst the Edgewood residents about people parking 24/7 on their block?
No, I mean, it's kind of a tucked away little corner there. There's not a lot of traffic through there to begin with. I think there's also some folks who have even been taking advantage of the fact that we've been allowing some people to park there 24/7. And so there's more vehicles there than probably should be. But I know our community service officer, he's been pretty lax about issuing citations over there just because it's a bit of a difficult situation. So I think there are more vehicles out there than probably should be, but I've not really received any calls now that I think about it since we started allowing those people out there 24/7. I don't know, from a winter operation standpoint, plowing and 2 a.m. kind of thing, that might become a little tricky on a long-term basis, but as of right now, it really doesn't seem to be a problem.
Thanks.
I'm done with questions. If someone else had Zone 4 questions.
It's Bob. So it sounded like, I listened to the commission, it sounded like that Edgewood thing and people along the 8100 block of Lake Street were pretty well taken care of. So I think I'm good there. When I look at where are we at here? So Zone 4, does that take into Metro or not?
No.
Okay, so that was my only comment was, it seemed like the residents were pretty good with that option 1, so I was happy to see the commission work forward on that one. So that was it on option 1 for me. There's Zone 4.
Okay.
Just to Jeff, so I understand what you're saying. If snow removal becomes a problem, you'll bring it back to us?
Or Traffic and Safety Commission, or I imagine we would talk about this at one of our STAC meetings, which is kind of a staff-based traffic, a precursor to traffic and safety, so we can kind of vet things out and talk to police department or fire department to make sure we have safety concerns addressed and obviously public work. So that's something that we wouldn't necessarily start with the village board right out of the gate, but might eventually end up back on your plate because whatever we change would probably have to be an ordinance change and would end up going through you guys eventually.
Now, the better question for me would have been that you'll just be on top of it if there is a problem.
Absolutely, and once the railroad and the village can come to terms on a permit, and we can, once that ramp is kind of finalized, that's a conversation we would initiate at a staff level just to make sure we're either going to maintain the current situation as a permanent one moving forward, or if there is a change we need to implement, let's start that process immediately.
Right. Okay. All right. Anybody else on Zone 4? Okay. So let's go to. Oh, Erica.
I know.
Sorry,
Erica,
I can't.
sorry.
I don't know.
I couldn't
can't see everybody.
unmute.
I can't see everybody. Okay. Hi. Okay, Erica. Sorry.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. I had trouble figuring out mute. So for those people that have you given if for snow removal, where would they be able to go? Is there a sense of where they would be able to go?
At this point, we haven't really fleshed anything out. It hasn't been a problem. They were out there last winter, so I know our operations crews were able to kind of work around those vehicles. But I think maybe that was different, knowing that it was a temporary situation. If it becomes a permanent one, maybe that's a different conversation that we need to have. But as of right now, they were out. The current conditions were existing as of last winter, and it didn't seem to be a problem.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Okay. Anybody else? I'm sorry, I can't see my full sign.
Can Eric, can you take off the display just so we can see everybody?
Huh?
Because Eric still has his display up, we can't see everybody.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. But we need to have. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of nice to be able to see it as we're talking about this.
Yeah, I agree. So let's kind of.
So
So anybody else have any question on Zone 4? If not, we'll go. Can we go to Zone 3? We'll go backwards. Patty, do you have any questions on Zone 3?
I do.
Okay.
So first of all, I don't know if someone has the answer. When did we? I couldn't remember the timing of when we implemented those new daily spots near William.
It was late in the fall, early winter.
Okay, so I guess my only point is, I know according to the study, it shows that they weren't being used. And so I wonder if part of that was due to the fact that it was new and that people weren't aware that those spots were available.
Hang on, Patty, I want to clarify. Are you talking about the ones along Central or the ones on William when we changed it to 2 hours?
The the resident daily parking, I thought on Central.
Along Central, yeah.
Because I thought the idea is to flip now
Yeah,
the business.
it was the fall. It was the fall because I'm the one car that parks there, and I must have been traveling the day they were doing the study.
Okay, so, but anyhow.
I think part of the reason they weren't used, at least based on my wife, was because she had to walk 4 blocks to the L when she could park in Forest Park and walk a block.
Right.
Okay, but I do still think it was, you know, being fairly new. So my only thought around this and why I was wondering is, and I appreciate we certainly want to accommodate the residents first and foremost. But I do know that the business spaces, it's a nice perk for employees. I know oftentimes when employees get a break, they're able to run out to their car and get what might be needed. And if they're going that much farther, that doesn't allow them time to do that. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's 100% our issue, but if the survey also showed that only about 10% of our respondents said they commented about using the CTA for travel, I'm just wondering if we want to perhaps look at the possibility of not doing a blanket flip, but perhaps allowing some resident daily spaces there, but still maintaining some of the business spaces closer to the businesses who are looking for them.
So here's my feedback on that. We're moving the residents closer to the CTAs, and then we're moving the businesses a block away. So, I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's kind of walking like a block. And again, I think to Tom's point, I think there's other residents that are parking in Forest Park because it's closer, and they may not have addressed the survey. The section of parking between Bonnie Bray and Harlem on any given day is not full, because once people park closer to Harlem Avenue, then when they're coming home at night, they're committing to getting on Harlem Avenue. So business people who are using that now, but that area is the least used along that section right in there, absent the area west of William. So I think it's it's equitable that the residents get to park a block away and the business people now have to walk a block west to get to their car, as opposed to being right outside of it.
A question I have about this is, why don't we offer permit parking here? What's the difference between Green Line commuters and Metro commuters?
Well, if you want to ride the Metro and walk to Oak Park, you could park in one of these 13 spaces they're talking about.
I'm saying River Forest residents that get on Metro have the opportunity of paying basically half the cost of daily fee parking by getting a permit. But if you're a Green Line rider, you're paying $100 a month if you're taking the L every day.
That's a good point, and what we're recommending with moving 13 of those resident permit spaces closer, there's still another 10 spaces that we're still back west of Williams. So there might be the ability to have a combination of permit and daily fee. And again, you just kind of have to play it by ear and see how it's used. If one is used more than the other, you can always move things around a little bit, but try and see how it sells or as a permit space. Maybe it'll get better use, or at least a few of them.
I guess here I'm a little confused. So you're saying that the spaces west of Williams should be permit, and then the ones east of Williams should be daily space?
No, today there's 23 resident permit spaces west of Williams. We suggested moving
daily
fee, resident only daily fee spaces. We show in the figure taking 13 of them and moving them closer to the station, because that's what fit on that first block between Harlem and Bonnie Bray. There's still, a few others we didn't shift forward because we didn't want to move the business permit parking 2 blocks away. So we thought we'd have a balance there, but we moved 13 of them a block from the CTA station. Now, how those 13 spaces are regulated is a different discussion. They could all remain daily fee. They could be a mix between daily fee and permit. Monthly permit is what I'm talking about, like at the metro station. just to see what works best for the residents of this community, for those spaces closest to the
So what do
station.
what do you recommend, Eric, then, that we consider doing right out of the gate? Mix them up? I mean, some permit, some daily?
You know, it's hard for me to say because nobody was parked in those spaces when they were 4 blocks away. So I'm not sure what the demand is. I think it probably does make sense to have a combination of the two. If as a permit, a monthly permit, it was in demand, you think that the village would sell those permits pretty quickly.
Right.
If after a month or two of publicizing those spaces are now closer to the station and available, nobody buys a permit, and people are using the daily fee spaces, then, you know, maybe it's better to have more daily fee spaces. But having a combination to start off probably makes sense.
Yeah, the only thing I would just caution on that is on the permit versus daily. Keep in mind, at the metro station in River Forest, we don't have a capacity issue. We could easily run into a capacity issue here, and you'd potentially run into that issue where you sell the permits. Well, how many permits do you sell? And then if you oversell, we get into the same discussion. Do we actually physically have enough spaces to accommodate everybody?
No. I think that's what he's saying. We'll have to figure it out. So we'll just give you guys that ability to figure it out.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. So
in zone 4, there's also it mentions on one of these maps here to remove an island and create 4 new business permit spaces. Can you just describe what island that refers to?
I agree. I didn't know what it was either.
Sure. There's a couple curbs that bump out into the south side of Central Avenue. Probably be easier to show you on an aerial photo, but there's really no reason for them. Let me see if I can call up an aerial photo real quick, and that might help understand what's there.
Is it something that maybe like our police force or fire, like safety-wise, why it's there?
I think it was probably just an aesthetic thing at the time when they were building all that. It kind of breaks up the monotony of a long curve along the railroad wall. So those bump outs, there's usually a tree or two in each of those bump outs. And it just kind of breaks up this long corridor. There's a little more expense in doing that because now you're, ripping curb out and kind of putting roadway there where it isn't now. So it certainly would be a little more cost prohibitive than some of these other areas where we can just change signage. But I think it was probably just an aesthetic design element at the time.
And the resident motorcycle parking stays also?
Correct. That has not changed, or it's not being recommended for change.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on zone?
Well, I'm sorry. Now I'm confused about those bump outs. So we're not doing those bump outs at this point? I mean, we're not removing those bump outs?
Yeah, it says remove island.
No, we wouldn't.
It says remove.
We would.
Eric.
We would. Did you say no, Jeff?
I didn't actually say anything that time.
Oh, no, we would. They're easy to remove, and you could gain a few parking spaces. There's no reason not to remove them. They don't really serve a purpose.
No, it was just, yes, to answer your question, Patty. Any further questions on 3? Excuse me. If not, let's.
I have a quick question for, I guess, specifically for Eric Russell, because you worked on the bike path plan for the village. Mm-hmm. That area along Central, I know we had designated maybe a block or 2 area for a specific bike lane, and the rest would be shared bike and automobile traffic. Does the shifting of this parking, some of it from the north side of Central to the south side of Central, impact that part of the bike plan?
The shifting is over by Village Hall, west of Lathrop, between Lathrop and Park. And no, I think that it was a shared facility along Central in that section. And, shared facility, it doesn't really matter whether the parking is on one side or the other. There's still adequate space. There wasn't a dedicated bike lane in that section of Central. The only dedicated bike lane was on a portion of this section of Central here in Zone 3, closer to Williams.
right, by the post office, or,
Right. And we're not doing anything, we're not moving parking on one side of the street or the other here. We're just redesignating the spaces, either business parking or resident daily fee parking.
okay, so it doesn't impact that part of the bike plan.
Not at all.
Okay, so let's go to zone 2. Is there any questions on zone 2? We're going backwards, sorry. So,
that's okay.
Let's see, what's this one?
Is Zone 2 committee, Concordia?
Yes.
I guess I'll have the same comment for Dominican. I don't understand why we're requiring our residents to pay to park when we don't require non-residents to pay to park. To me, it seems that requiring metered parking around Concordia and around Dominican is both equitable as well as beneficial to the village. I realize there's some consequences of metering parking. We can deal with that by imposing resident-only restrictions around those areas that we currently have. So I'm opposed to both Zone 2 and Zone 1, whatever Dominican is, on that ground as well. I think it's important that we realize that revenue. I mean, your study shows that most people park on the street because they don't want to pay for parking within their colleges. And so it's unfair to River Forest residents that we expect them to pay to go to work. We don't expect the students or the teachers that go to these colleges that don't pay any property taxes and don't pay for village stickers to park on the street. So that's my bottom line. I mean, to me, that seems blatantly unfair.
But I thought, if I'm well, Eric, I mean, both Dominican and Concordia, though, did we find, and maybe I missed this, did we find that there was a larger, growing percentage of students or faculty members parking on our streets, or the same, or less? I guess I don't know.
What I recall from the study was, and I could be wrong, but I recall I think it was 92 or I don't remember. 92% of people parked in the paid lots in Concordia or at Dominican, and those that didn't said they parked on the street because they didn't want to pay for parking at Dominican.
So it's okay. So what was it? 92 at Dominican, and what was it, Concordia?
Over at Dominican, I think that their on-campus parking facilities were over 90% filled at the peak. There was still some availability. But from what we hear from the survey, primarily the students that are parking on the street, I don't think any of them indicated they're parking on the street because they can't find parking on the campus. They said they were parking on the street because it was less cost than buying a permit to park on campus, and it's more convenient, or it's more convenient to their classes. We heard the same thing from Concordia. Their parking is also well utilized, not quite as high as Dominican, but those that were parking on the street were saying the same thing. It's less cost. The permit fees are a little higher at Concordia than they are at Dominican, but that's probably the reason why students are choosing to park on the street, just to avoid it, but not because they can't find parking on campus.
So around Concordia, what was the recommendation? Where to meter it? On Monroe? I mean, where were we in Division?
The meters would go on adjacent to the campus. So there's 2-hour parking on Bonnie Bray, on the west side of Bonnie Bray, that would be converted to metered parking instead. And there's unregulated parking up on Division, both sides of the street really, that could be metered. And that primarily serves the student body as well. So Bonnie Bray and Division.
Well, on Division, there's residents on the other side.
Well, as you go further west, it wouldn't be where the residents are, just that fronting the campus or even the park on the north side of the street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what was the decision, I'm sorry, by the Traffic and Safety Committee about choosing one versus metered? Option one versus...
They viewed it as kind of these are mostly college students with incomes that are a little bit tighter than typical residents in River Forest. So the idea was they didn't feel that it was right to kind of put additional financial burdens on them and start charging for parking on street. And, the general idea was to kind of be a good neighbor and continue to allow for parking on street. And just allow that to continue without burdening them financially any more than they already are with tuition and room and board. So that was kind of the general sentiment at the traffic and safety meeting, and by and large, they were all on the same page about that, generally speaking.
The other thing that we talked about at the Traffic and Safety Commission, that the universities told us that their enrollment projections are flat at best, like looking out into the future with off-campus learning and online learning. They don't see a growth in on-campus enrollment. So if anything, the demand for parking on the street will remain the same, may even lessen, assuming that they don't jack up, the on-campus parking rate and force people onto the street.
So do we intend to means test?
I'm sorry.
Do we intend to means test the requirements of residents to pay for parking at Metro and along the Green Line?
Well, Tom, I guess my question would be if we did put in metered spaces, probably more so at Concordia than Dominican, but I'm guessing a number of those spaces would be the same spaces that residents would be using when they're going to things at Priory Park and looking to park. And so now we're going to have residents needing to feed meters to, or are you just talking about certain hours like school hours, and outside of that, the meters we don't need to feed the meters or pay for them? We're also talking about perhaps it looking not very elegant to have all these meters.
But we're not talking about putting a parking meter for every space. There's all sorts of technology out there. We use the passport along the railroad tracks. So I don't know why you wouldn't employ that technology.
Okay, well that's fine. That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. But I guess I'm back to the enforcement of who pays it, and for the spaces that residents may really want when they're going to events at Concordia and doing things at Priory. Yeah. That would be my concern.
But Priory, the park district does have a lot there at Priory.
Yeah, but but you got to be, and I think there's somebody from Concordia on the line here too, if they want to speak. But I want to just say that I think residents use both lots, Dominican and Concordia, and they don't charge us for when we go to the events. I know I've used Concordia a lot and Dominicans a lot, and I don't get charged. So maybe on this issue we could kind of get a consensus around who wants what, because I would prefer no meters. I don't know. It sounds like Bob and Tom prefer meters. I don't know where Katie and Erica, Patty, I think no meters.
I prefer no meters, and part of that is I think the students who are concerned about paying anything. My best guess is that they're going to just park further away and walk. And then we're going to have residents.
Well, we can enforce that.
Yeah, but
we can address those concerns as they come up.
Okay.
We can also.
We have a police.
We can also follow the recommendation of traffic and safety and see how that goes, considering the flat numbers we're hearing from the school.
But so here's the argument against that. The way that things are going, there could be a lot more kids going to Dominican and Concordia next year because they can't get into Indiana or Northwestern or wherever, and they still want education. So we have that.
And that's possible, but that's not the prediction.
With higher learning right now that started this year, where they are seeing drops because of just how many kids there are, and this next coming generations, they're going to see drops of somewhere between 4 to 10% of enrollment. It's a huge issue in higher ed. So there's less of a pool of students for all these colleges and universities. I imagine that Dominican and Concordia are, facing those same challenges.
Right. So yeah, I agree. They're already talked to us, both Eric and I, about their numbers going down over the next forecasting. So, all right. So it sounds like, Erica, you might be in favor of no meters. I'm just trying to.
I would be in favor of no meters.
Okay.
I would remind everybody, though, that, again, these colleges pay no property taxes to River Forest, and yet we provide services. This is yet another subsidy that taxpayers of River Forest are providing to these colleges.
But that's, I hear you,
and they're charging to park on their garages.
Okay, but I hear you guys, but I think that's a different issue. It really is, and it's a bigger issue because we would have to have that conversation. I would like to have that conversation, but to me, it's a different issue because I think we should have both Concordia and Dominican in that conversation. They would probably say something very different, but right now, I say let's just stay focused on the meters. I don't know, Russ, where are you on it?
Well, I'm in favor of no meters, and I will say that, at least speaking for Concordia, they have been very good about sharing their track and facilities with the community. And I understand I'm not trying to compare in terms of the cost of a permit or whatever, but they have contributed to the community and have shared their facilities. And not only in terms of the track, but I know when we've expressed access to the use of their internal facilities for meetings, et cetera, they've been more than accommodating. So I think at this point also that there is, because of this unfortunate virus that's going around, they do have a drop. I mean, most higher ed, and I think most educational facilities right now are, on remote learning. So the student bodies aren't roaming around and causing a lot of issues. I'm not sure if there will. Definitely not at this time. Maybe in the future we can look at that, but right now that's not going to be a problem. I'm not even sure if it was a problem before.
So wait. Okay. So just for clarity, so we're going to allow them to charge their students for parking, and we're just going to let everybody else just roam the streets.
Well, no. I mean,
we've been allowing that for years.
Yeah,
well,
but
I understand that, but
he wants to correct it.
That's why we did a parking study, and that's why we're talking about this.
But Bob, we want them to park in a parking structure. Okay,
well,
we want them
not to charge their students, and everybody. They'll have 100% occupancy.
We can have that discussion with them. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. We could have that discussion to allow for reduced parking fee so they can all be in the structure. I'm not going to disagree with that. But right now, the question becomes, do we want to put meters in there right now, tonight? And I think
we're going to use COVID as an excuse for not charging for parking, let's just make all parking free in River Forest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I did not limit it to that. I'm saying that when it comes to Concordia, they have shared their facilities, their tracks, et cetera, open to the community. I mean, I think that's a benefit from what I hear from our residents, to have that ability. Now, mind you, now it's closed because of what's going on, but not in the same place orders, et cetera, but it has nothing to do with their policy, which is to open up their facilities and share their buildings when it comes to times where we need for meetings, et cetera, for our residents and our community. So I'm just saying there's a quid pro quo when it comes to that. It's not like they're totally excluding us and the community. And there comes a point in time in which, okay, you got to decide, are we going to just lash out at these facilities that we have in the community? They've been here for a while. And so it sounds like, we're just now trying to gouge them for just being here and in existence. I mean, where do we stop? We got Trinity High School, we got St. Luke's, we got St. Vincent's. Are we going to go after them as well? I mean, when does it stop? There comes a time in which we're going to have to accept the fact that we're dealing with a community.
I'm confused because we willingly charge residents $5 a day to park to go to work. Are we gouging them?
Well, I don't know. Are they all residents or they're just people? They're both.
If you park along Lake Street, if you park along the Green Line, you're a resident because it's resident parking only. So you're paying $5 a day to park. When if I'm a student at Concordia or at Concordia or Dominican, I get to park for free on the street. I just don't see the equity there.
I don't believe we're gouging them. All I'm saying is they have a parking structure that they're charging for and they're making money off of, and what they're doing is they're making their problem our problem, and so I think they should fix their problem first before it becomes our problem. And that is reduce the rate inside their parking garages for their students or eliminate it.
Okay, so let's just try to get through this issue. It sounds like the consensus of at least the village board, myself, is to no meter it. But I think a couple of issues that you brought up, Bob and Tom, is maybe perhaps we can try to find a way that we can get the students, faculty, whatever, more into their parking structure. And we'd like to have that conversation with both universities to see what they can do, either lower the price, I don't know, incentivize it, make it part of the tuition, do what they need to do to get the faculty and the students into the parking structure. So I think point well taken, but I think right now it sounds like the majority of us want to no meters. So unless there's any other questions on Zone 2, I think we'd like to go to Metro parking and Village Hall parking. What else do we have left?
Well, can I, Zone 1 and 2, we sort of talked about together, the two universities, because I just had one question about Dominican's parking. So unless we're going to go back to that, I can ask
Well, what
it
question
now,
do you have?
or-
What do you have, Patty?
So and this may not be an issue at all, not knowing from those residents right there along so the recommendation is to take out the 2-hour parking on the west side of Park in order to encourage the students to stay compressed to the campus, right? My only wonderment, and maybe it's not an issue and maybe it's just something we have to be mindful of to monitor, would be if the students aren't parking there because it doesn't suit their needs, having it the 2-hour parking does then keep that more open for the residents to be able to park if they wanted to, or for their visitors to be able to park there. And so I guess my only concern, and it may not even come to fruition, but my only concern might be is if we remove the regulation and so those spaces fill up with students all day long and more of them, will we see our residents right there having concerns about now not having access to those spaces since they can't already park on their side of the street? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally makes sense. And I think, I'll let Eric or whatever, but I think that's something that you were going to monitor or look at to make sure that there wasn't going to create a resident problem on Park.
If you look at the way, if you look at the way the parking builds up on Division, by early evening it's cleared out and available to residents if they needed to park there. I think it would operate the same way on Park. During the peak classroom times, 9 in the morning to 3, 4 in the afternoon, those spaces on Park might be more heavily used, freeing up spaces further east on Division. But once you get beyond 3, 4 o'clock, those spaces are going to open up again and be available to the residents. So it's really just during the week, during those peak classroom times, that you might see a heavier use on Park.
Right, but I'm just saying specifically for those Park residents then. And like I'm saying, I don't know if they use those spaces on the west side of the street ever, if their visitors use those spaces ever. You know what I'm saying? So that if they're being filled up by students, say somebody wants to have people over for lunch, and so now they're full during that peak time, I just didn't know if that would be an issue, or if we'd want to perhaps look at making only part of it, keeping part of it 2-hour and having taking away the regulations on the rest of them and see how it fills up or not. I don't know. But definitely something we'll have to monitor and
yeah, we're definitely going to monitor it. It sounds like the traffic safety discussed that. That was a recommendation. So, but yes, Jeff, we keep that in your tickler because we don't want to create another problem. Is what Patty's saying.
Sure.
So absolutely agree. All right. So what else? What's left? Zone 1, Metro. I got a question here. What is causing the projected increase in cars? Did I miss that? And you said that we're going to be in a deficit. I just didn't understand how.
Population growth in households, primarily, as projected by CMAP over the next 30 years. Results in more employees that will use Metro.
I don't know
if I
buy that, but that's a hard one for me to buy. But where are they going to live? We were a landlocked community. I mean, I don't know.
New condominiums along Lake
Street. All that affordable housing.
Wait, but Lake Street is closed. They could walk to the Metro, for God's sake. Whatever. Okay, I was just kind of interested. It's not a big deal. And then, what was this? Oh, man, can't read my writing. Oh, that's the Village Hall. We'll get there. Had a commuter. I don't know. I can't read it. So, anybody else had a question on the Metro? I know this was a big issue, but I like the permit parking, to be honest with you.
Is there a recommendation to put in an electric vehicle charging station?
We had started to look into that, and John Anderson, you might be able to be a little more apt to chime in on that. I know we started looking into that, and there was some potential feedback that suggested maybe the East Thatcher lot wouldn't be the best location for it, only because one person would get there in the morning, park their car, plug it in, and now it's taken up for 8-10 hours throughout the day. There's not a lot of turnover there. So, again, John might have more specifics, but I think that was just potentially looked at as not the optimal location.
Okay. Okay, I remember.
I have one question. Could you go back one slide, please? Where you talked, So does it make any sense, because you highlight the fact that there may be a potential overflow of permit parkers, to take the first couple of spaces east of Keystone and on both sides of the railroad tracks and make those permit spots to potentially, alleviate some of that? So if somebody tries to pull in either the east or west lot, then they still, because they're a monthly permit parker and paying that fee, they have ready access to the platform. Just a thought.
The idea would be that the monthly permit holders, if those areas are full, could park in the daily fee lots without any issues. They would just be able to park in those spots without getting tickets or having to pay a second time or anything. So those daily fees, you could almost look at those as a daily fee or monthly permit area.
Okay, thanks.
And Jeff, that was the plan back in January when we first talked about this, right?
Yeah, we've talked through several iterations of this, but yeah, I think we've been fairly consistent on this one.
Right. So that was because I was always trying to figure out how we were going to free up additional spots for the people.
The potential oversell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so basically, it's a daily park. If daily parkers would have to find a new place to park, but a monthly parker would have a right to park wherever they want.
Yeah, so starting from the train depot, moving outward.
Okay, thanks.
And I think that the fundamental change is that a monthly permit isn't a guarantee for a spot. It enables you to prepay for your commuter parking for the month, and we know from the study that we have ample capacity to handle that demand.
So in other words, there's not enough daily parkers to take up all the current marked daily spaces.
Correct.
Daily and permit.
Yeah, daily and monthly.
And monthly.
Not enough permit parkers either, for that matter. I think the peak use of the permit lot was like 78% of the permit spaces.
So I had, I figured out my question, my handwriting here. We have had a conversation with United Methodist. Have we not, Jeff and Eric, already at one point in time? I know. Remember about that parking lot?
Eric, maybe. I've not been part of that conversation.
Remember, and they said no? And then we talked about it when we wanted it to, for the condos, that they were looking for parking. Remember a bill?
And they,
And they said no.
Correct.
So what makes us think that they're going to say, just go back and ask again? Which I'm okay with. I'm just kind of curious why.
What was the extent of the conversation, though? Was it
COVID-19?
To lease the lot? Or what was the...
It was to use their lot. Just like you said. I mean, it's only used on Sundays. It goes empty for and their comment was, well, we have events and other programs during the day that the lot is supposedly used. Now, I'm not sure it's filled up, but here, I'm not saying we shouldn't. I was surprised that it was on that list. But
do we have data that we could support, telling them if you give us this number, you're not using this amount of spaces?
Well, it's their property.
In the course of a month.
It was my understanding that this was just kind of something to have on our radar as we saw the increased demand. So it's not something we had to act on or do anything now. It was just kind of like have it in the background in case this was something we wanted to pursue.
True, but I was just curious if there's something else changed and somebody knew something we didn't know. But Yeah, I'm not saying we couldn't have that conversation again. It's just that it was had, and that's what happened. So, okay. Any other questions on Metra parking?
Yeah, I do have a question about the permits again, which I don't remember offhand. So as far as how they're sold, it was mentioned they're first come, first serve. So residents need to purchase them each month, and it's first come, first serve each month?
No, it's once you're the traditional process has been once you're on the list, you are on the list, and we only sell a certain capacity. So as long as you keep paying, you maintain your permit until the point you stop paying. You cycle off, and then we call the next person on the list.
Okay. Any other questions on Metra? Okay, so then the last one might be the Village Hall area.
I had a question about the premium parking.
Oh, yeah.
And so it says here that that is something, when I look over the study of comment, it looks like there's maybe about 10 to 15% of people who would be interested in premium parking. That seems about like the right number of people to have interest in it. And so is that something that we are considering? Is that something that we would want to do?
Sounded like it didn't.
Yeah, I'll check. I defer to Eric Russell on
but
that.
I thought it sounded like no.
Yeah, I got more of my sense it was more of a mixed bag to not really in favor of it. It's something that we just kind of set aside for the time being, Eric.
But it's interesting, Eric, and this goes back to, Tom's looking for revenue, which I think is we all should. I mean, if there is a percentage of people who want to pay for premium because they can walk out of their car and into the Metro, why wouldn't we want to consider that? I mean, Erica's point, and it's more money.
Yeah, I mean that would be a guarantee. Like that would be your space. You would get assigned a number, and it'd be like at a parking garage. You would go down, and that would be only you could park there. And
Bob, what do you think about that?
No.
What do you mean? It's
okay. So I get premium parking on Division. I don't have to worry about the parking garage for free, and I'm going to pay $100 at the Metro lot.
Well, then maybe you don't want to do it. Maybe somebody else does, though.
If there's somebody out there who's willing to do it.
Yeah, why wouldn't we do it?
Seems like there was a percentage.
The only potential drawback you have there is if you have folks like we've run into in the West Metro lot, if you have folks that do purchase those permits and then don't utilize it on a daily basis,
right?
Or the potential optics of having 10 open spaces right next to the train depot that even though we've realized the revenue from them, it's not a great optic to have those spots going unused, which is a situation we're currently trying to correct in the West Metro lot.
Ah, well, that's a good point.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right. Okay, that's a good point. All right. Okay. Any other questions on that? Well, how about Village Hall? Where's Village Hall? Anyway, I didn't have any real questions on Village Hall other than what happened to the MB lot.
What about the MB lot?
Where is it? Where is it in the
presentation?
Where's in the presentation?
Eric Palm, did we own the MB lot? At what point did we purchase it? I don't know if we owned it at the time that this study was done, to be honest with you.
Good try, Jeff. Yes, we did own it.
We could have an asterisk on this presentation. That would be nice.
Certainly we could there's 30 spaces in that 29 30 spaces if I recall. We're using a small percentage for overnight use. We could certainly weave into before we were to do anything, weave into the that parking, Village Hall parking, from Lake and Park. So the thought always was at the point in time at which Lake and Park gets redeveloped, if does that lot get thrown into the mix, or if not, we're going to lose spaces at Lake and Park potentially on where Jack Strand's parking would be. Does that all get reshuffled somehow?
Well, it's definitely going to get reshuffled, but hopefully the developer will have some parking available too.
Yes.
So I think that's at TBD. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts there, but so I'm not sure structure is in the.
No, we're certainly not at that point yet.
All right.
No.
I did have a question. Sorry, go Jeff.
I just want to throw one qualifier out there. I don't know if Chief O'Shea is in the room, in the boardroom, but there was some discussion when we were preliminarily discussing this about police concern with this parking swap on Central as they exit in an emergency east of Village Hall, which is most of the village. A lot of times the officers leave the lot and head east down Central. And so there was some concern about the shifting, even though there's still a lane in each direction, just as there is now. There was some concern with eastbound police vehicles heading to an emergency, having to kind of slalom a little bit, at the intersections where the lanes might shift over a little bit. So Chief can certainly speak to that more. I just wanted to throw that out there as a potential qualifier.
That was actually my question. I heard that at the end of the meeting brought up that that might be a concern. So I wanted to see if Chief O'Shea did weigh in on that.
Chief O'Shea, you want to take a weigh in here? Not physically weigh in, just weigh in your opinion.
Thank you.
Yes, that's still a concern, and that'd be a historical change for the areas that we'd want to, or that you're considering swapping it over. Is that, well, as you know, it's a main path, just like northbound on Park is a main path for emergency vehicles, and for the police, it doesn't affect the fire department who doesn't use that route. But eastbound on Central, our concern would be doors opening up on that would be parked on that other side, kids getting out, drivers unloading of vehicles as emergency operations are responding to emergency calls for service. I think it is something, and staff or my staff is some concerns also about could there be additional accidents involving pedestrians or vehicles, or the inability to properly respond, a slower response to some of the emergency calls in the village when that route is used, which has been used historically for probably almost as long as those tracks have been there.
Right.
So someone at the meeting raised the point about there being parking on that side of Central farther east. But my thought, and you can confirm this or not, I see your point, and it almost seems that for the police cars leaving, and so doing that immediate kind of maneuvering and leaving is different even than farther down if they were to continue farther east on Central. You know what I'm saying? Would you agree that most especially close to where the cars are first moving out and heading that direction, you don't want to have that added, to your point, that added movement going on as they're continuing farther east, the parking farther east, they have time to acclimate themselves to the view, be aware of any movement there?
If the question was directed towards me, what I would say is between Lathrop and Harlem, there is no north-south streets. Between Lathrop and we'll say Keystone, there is. So you have Ashland and Franklin that the officers have to egress past. You also have the situation where it's, and I would probably defer to Jeff, I think the street itself may be a little wider between Lathrop and at least Bonnie Bray, or maybe Clinton, compared to Lathrop and Park Avenue.
Yeah, I just took a look at that. I mean, immediately east of Lathrop and immediately west of Lathrop, I think you've got a difference of probably close to 10 feet more space east of Lathrop. I mean, there's a parking lane on both sides east of Lathrop too, for what it's worth, and there's still room for 2 lanes. You certainly could not do a parking lane on both sides west of Lathrop.
So you're not in favor of this, Jim?
Of swapping the parking over to the south side of the street between Lathrop and Park Avenue? No.
No.
We're staying just in support of that. That at least between Park and Lathrop, that it is not changed, and just based for public safety reasons.
Okay.
there were some residents too that had emailed me earlier this week, kind of expressing their support of swapping the parking. So I told them that I would make that known.
Well, it sounds exactly what we're doing. It's, I think this helps the residents and the drivers because the site align conflict, but it doesn't help you. So we solve one problem and create another. It's perfect. It's a perfect option. I don't know. I don't know what you guys want to do with that.
I personally would be of the opinion that our emergency vehicles would have precedent over keeping them safe and anyone around because of them leaving.
It is it's an adjustment factor for the police, right, Chief?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
It's an adjustment factor?
It's an adjustment factor. So at some point, obviously, they'll be able to accommodate the change, right?
Well, with the added risk, yes, we adapt, improvise, and overcome every day. And I would say that we, of course, would adapt, but there would be added risk, and that would be more in the area of Greg Smith, that we would probably have to acknowledge that there could be an increase in accidents involving a village-owned vehicle. There could be an increase in accidents involving pedestrians. There could be an increase in accidents involving bicyclists. I think that we have to have that discussion of anyone that's going to be on that roadway, because now bicyclists are going to be a few feet out farther north than they have been in the past. And as you know, we're moving more towards a bike-friendly community here.
I think that's a bigger issue, actually. It's like you're going from the sidewalk to crossing the street, which is a bigger...
What's the occurrence of accidents on that street from the sightline conflicts?
I don't know that there are that many. Like you're talking like at the driveways.
If we eliminate the sightline conflicts, are we avoiding? I'm just trying to figure out sort of the math of this.
Yeah.
So if we're risking more accidents because of police officers being unfamiliar with that method of traversing the street, are we avoiding by that additional risk? Are we avoiding the risk of sightline conflicts that cause accidents?
I know we mitigate a lot of those sightline accidents by sheer virtue of restricting parking adjacent to the driveways, and those have gone before. There have been a couple of requests. The big condos on Franklin and Ashland have both come to us in the last couple of years to try to get a bigger zone by their driveways restricted to avoid that. So I don't know, and again, Chief could probably speak to the number of accidents maybe a little bit more than me, but I know we mitigate that already. So a large part of this would be just a strict gain of 16 spaces by sheer virtue of not having to avoid driveways.
But the thing is, Tom, it's not even just a matter of are our police officers familiar with this new traffic shift. You're also talking about moving people across the street. So I think part of, if I'm understanding what the chief is saying, part of the issue is going to be now if you have people parking on the south side and more of them crossing to get to their apartments or to whatever else is over there, and then having the unfortunate timing of them doing that when we now have emergency vehicles. Because right now, nobody's crossing the road if an emergency vehicle is coming. I appreciate we have to address the sightline issues for the apartments, but I think it's a different issue. Do we have to remove some spaces over there to give them better sightlines? But I don't think it's a matter of having the police officers get comfortable with this. I think you are increasing the risks of people crossing the street there now.
Okay, so and I think, what's the consensus here in terms of keeping it on the north end or moving it to the south end of Central?
I'm going to defer to the chief because he's the guy that's got to move vehicles up and down that street.
Same. I'm going to go, if the chief does not support this shift, then I'm going to support that.
Okay.
I agree with that too.
I would need to have the police department happy with whatever we're doing. So safety over a number of parking spaces, but we shall
what if
continue to look for other ways.
Okay, and Katie, I don't know where you stand on this.
I'm with the chief.
Okay, with the chief. So what I would do is just asterisk it maybe, and say yes. Maybe we just remain where we're at, but with maybe some look, Jeff, at the side of line conflicts that go on. Hello,
Sure.
where are we? Those
Yeah,
guys are
no,
talking. They're talking about us.
We can certainly do that and kind of keep a placeholder on this in case we want to revisit it in the future.
Right, so that we can kind of accommodate some of our residents that are complaining about that. Okay.
Sure.
All right, very good. So, Chief, you won. Good job.
Thank you, and I'll just note the time, 10:44.
All right. Okay, so any other questions regarding this study and the recommendations? I think Jeff and or Eric have made some comments, some of the things that we've commented on, like, adjusting where we need to adjust, talking to Dominican and Concordia. We've said some other things, obviously adjusting the Central Avenue parking. So with all those changes, and other than there wasn't any major significant other than the change on the Central Avenue that I'm aware, that I remember. Is anybody taking notes on this, Crow? Huh?
I would ask that the motion be amended to reflect that permanent parking would be available along Central by the Green Line.
Absolutely. Isn't that what we had it in there? Permanent.
We had it in the
permit
daily cease.
I thought we had permit parking too.
No,
that was what we discussed. Yeah, we discussed kind of you kind of deferred to Eric Palm and staff would
about
figure
that.
one out.
That the combination. Well,
Yeah.
Right. Isn't that address your concern, Tom?
Yeah, it does, but it's not reflected in the motion.
Oh, I see. Okay. So are you okay with that, Jeff and Eric? Well, I want to make sure.
No, I'm fine with whatever.
He said, but see, we shouldn't adjust the motion because they're going to look at it anyway and come up with a combination of permit and daily parking. Right?
Yeah, I just don't know what that ratio. I don't know what that is. Yeah.
So all Tom, I think, is saying, and I don't think we have to, unless you think we have to change the motion.
No.
He just wants to make sure that there are permit.
Understood. We will accommodate.
Well, just to clarify though, the recommendation, what we're voting on, was the recommendation of traffic and safety, which didn't include permit parking at Lakes and Central.
Right. Okay. Agreed. I understand. So he's just saying, is that okay? I mean, I just want to get your. No. It's important to get.
No, I'm just like I said, I'm just concerned about what that number ultimately would be, and to make sure that we don't. That we don't create another issue somehow. So I understand the direction of the trustees, and we'll work to get it figured out.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
Can
All
I
right.
just bring up one other point? I'm sorry, Kathy, but if we're going to approve something here in this report, we've got like a few tables at the end that talk about off-street hourly parking occupancy counts. And starting at table A9, they have the date as Wednesday, May 16, 2012. Is that correct? Is it 2012 or was it supposed to be something? I had a hard time following it.
That was an error. We'll get that corrected. All the dates should be middle November 2019.
Thank you. I was just curious because I didn't know if these were counts from May 16th of this year, and so that made a difference to me. Don't laugh, Kathy.
I mean, that's how long we've been talking about this. It's 2012. No, I don't mean that. Okay, very good. Good catch. Okay, so I'd ask the clerk to please take the vote.
Trustee O'Connell.
Yes.
Trustee Bachner.
Yes.
Trustee Karji.
No, I can't support a proposal that inequitably charges residents to pay for parking spots they pay for, but doesn't charge non-residents.
Okay. Trustee Vasquez.
Yes.
Trustee Brennan.
Yes.
Trustee Hennick.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. All right, very good. Okay, moving along. What I'd like to do right now is get a motion and a second on the Plan Commission report and recommendation, and then I will address Patty's issue, and all of our issues actually. So
I'll move to approve the plan committee's recommendation on the affordable housing plan.
Second.
okay. Okay, so real quick, I know we got John and maybe don't you have John and David on the line? Are they off?
They're there.
John's there.
Oh, okay.
They're
Sorry. Oh, there you are. Sorry, guys. I just want to be clear. I mean, we are not going to approve it tonight, even though the agenda said approve it. So we will. I don't recommend we approve it, and I recommend that we hear from the chairman because we told him we want to hear from him, and from John Hausio. And I would also recommend that we have a cow meeting before our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is June 8th. And then proceed to vote on during the regular scheduled meeting. That's what I propose we do, so that we could have multiple conversations around this very important subject.
Well, I would just like to say that, in your email this afternoon, you did say that we did not have strict timelines on these items. And so I'm going to go back to, and now that I see the clock at 10 to 11, and we still have a fair amount of stuff past this agenda item, I would like to make the recommendation that this gets moved to a cow meeting. I don't understand why June 8th
There's
has
a motion
to be.
a motion's been made. That's why.
So Patty,
Greg?
yeah, I'm sorry. Who else said?
I have to say, I don't understand why we need a cow meeting to consider something that's been considered in 4 different meetings of the Plan Commission, that we've had an opportunity to read all of it. If you wanted to, you could listen to the Plan Commission meetings. We have commissions for a reason, which is to vet these issues for us. I think, David, you did a tremendous job in marshaling these issues. John, you stood up and answered every question that was posed to you, no matter how inappropriate. I think we can decide this issue tonight. I'm not sure what we would learn from a cow meeting that we don't already know. So, admittedly, it's late, and that's unfortunate, but I just don't understand why we need to bring these people back for another meeting, which I would remind everyone costs us money. I mean,
Okay, so if I could just say,
if we have a cow meeting on this subject, John Hausio will have to come back, and John Hausio charges the village by the hour for this, justifiably. Greg Smith will be here for that meeting, and Greg Smith also charges us by the hour for those meetings. I don't understand what we would learn in another meeting that hasn't been fully vetted by the entire record that's been established in this case.
Yeah. So why don't we do this right now, and then we can debate this after. But I think what I'd like to do is have John and David talk about where we're at currently, and then we can formulate the questions. I think because it is late, we can formulate our questions, and frankly, Tom, that's where I think questions can come up when we have more time to think about the presentation. And so I think if we give these gentlemen the chance to present to us, we can formulate our questions, and then during the cow, which we could come together at 6 o'clock at night, have all your questions answered by John, and he'll be friendly to us in terms of cost. We can have Greg give us a discount, and we'll figure it out. But then we'll approve it that evening, unless there's some major issue that came up. So I think we can get through this. I really do. I think John and David are pleased to be here and would want to spend another evening with us to answer questions. So why don't we give these guys a chance to talk, and then we can, like I said, we'll definitely have another. I think we should have another meeting because we've got to have more questions around the planned commission's affordable housing plan. So with that, I'm going to go ahead.
I'm going to go on record that I think this is very unfair to everyone involved in this meeting right now.
Okay. All right, Patty. So I'm going to ask John if you could just...
So inappropriate.
Okay. David, maybe as chair, could you just open it up and let us know, as chair of the plan, first of all, thank you so much for being with us and hanging in with us. And thank you for all that you do for our community. I know it's all volunteer, but I'm going to send it off to you.
Sure. No, thank you. Is my audio working? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'll just briefly kind of describe well, first let me introduce myself I met a handful of you. Again, I'm David Cross, based on the chair of the Plan Commission. I'm a resident of River Forest for about 7 years now with my wife and 3 kids. I'm a licensed architect. I have my own architectural practice that I've had for about 16 years now. So let me just kind of take you through the process of how we got to where we are now. We started this in October. John met with our committee and kind of laid out the tool of kits that are available to us as a community to put together a housing plan. We gave him some feedback on what direction we wanted to go. After that initial meeting, we met 3 more times. And in each one of those meetings, we had a session where it was open to the public to get feedback. We had some really good suggestions from the community, from residents. And so we incorporated that, made changes to it each of those meetings. There are really, I guess, two things that I just want to talk about before I give it to John Housiel to go through all the details. The first one is how collaborative it's been. I'm really kind of proud of the fact that how all the commissioners really took it seriously and put a lot into it. So there are fingerprints on this document from everyone on our committee, as well as from the community comments that we received. So that's the first thing I wanted to note. The other is that, you know, as I read through this document, I can't help but just think about just so many people that will be affected by this plan, both residents and non-residents. So, you know, when I think about the non-residents, there are, you know, teachers in our community, there are police officers, village staff that would fit into this, where they have affordable options for housing in our community, where we'd be able to attract those people to come to and move to River Forest. And then there are also the existing residents, everyone from the elderly, that, you know, the empty nesters who are looking to downsize to affordable housing, to someone that just graduated from college that is looking to live in River Forest that needs affordable housing. So that's just something I want you to think about as John goes through all these details. It's really a wide spectrum of people that we're going to impact with this, and that you know, it's kind of exciting, really. It's a really nice tool for us to have. So that's kind of it. John, can you take them through this document and go through the details for us?
Sure. So can everybody hear me, first of all?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. So again, just as background, I know everybody who's on the call, but just for the record, John Housiel. I am the village's planning and zoning consultant. I have been for more than 20 years. I have also been a River Forest resident for more than 20 years as well. So I worked with the village, the DRB, the Plan Commission, the village board, the ZBA, on a variety of different studies, amendments, plans, and reports over the last 2 decades. So I'm just going to walk you through this document. It's not a lengthy document, unlike a lot of the stuff I end up presenting to you. This is like a 6-page Word document. It's not a lot of graphics. It's not a lot of complex visuals. It's a pretty straightforward document, but I want to lay a bit of the context as to why we did this, the required components for completing this as required by the state, and then what went into it and some of the deliberation. To echo what Chairman Crosby said, we had 4 meetings on this. There was a lot of input by a lot of people, both residents, as well as some community groups, provided both verbal and written testimony. And we also had feedback from, I would say, a lot of Plan Commission members who didn't always agree on things, but came to a really good collaborative effort to get this across the finish line. So this is in response to a State of Illinois adopted Public Act 930595, which is the Affordable Housing Planning and Appeals Act. And the purpose of the state act is to encourage counties and municipalities to incorporate affordable housing within their housing stock, sufficient to meet the needs of their community. And it sets forth 4 things the plan has to include, and this is a state requirement. It has to include a calculation of the total number of affordable housing units in the community, and the state does that and provides those numbers for us. We don't generate those our own numbers. We have an identification of opportunities for the development of new affordable housing. We have to identify specific incentives or the way we would do that, accommodate the provision of affordable housing, and a statement of a goal for increasing affordable housing. The goals, we can't just willy-nilly make up our own goals. The state gives us 3 we can choose from. to meet the requirements of the Act. The first one is to make 15% of all new residential construction affordable. The second optional goal is to increase the percentage of affordable housing in the village by 3%, higher than what it is now. And the third goal is to bring the percentage of affordable housing in the village to the 10% mark as established by the state. Those are the three goals we can choose from. We've chosen the last one to get that 10% mark that the state has set. Some communities have far lower than we do, and increasing it by 3% or 15% of all new construction moves it a little bit, but we decided to go for the 10%. The next section talks about context limitations. This narrative part on the bottom of page 2 basically talks about the constraints of River Forest. We're not a growing community in Will County where we have agricultural land that we can develop new. We are 100% built out. Land is expensive. Every parcel is already built. The development land pattern is already in place and has been firmly established for 130 some odd years. 70% of our land area right now is currently developed with R1 and R2 single family lots already built. Land compared to most other communities in the region are relatively really highly priced compared to a lot of other communities. And we have established areas of single family, multifamily, and mixed use. We currently provide a wide variety of housing, including owner-occupied, renter, single-family attached, single-family detached, multifamily, and other types of dwellings like senior housing, which has recently been approved. So that talks about River Forest, the context, just sets the tone for the community. Section number 2 on the top of page 3 talks about the need for affordable housing. Now, the first part talks about it as defined by the Act. When I say the Act, I mean the state of Illinois. They define the need for affordable housing, and they've set a standard, the state has, of 10%. And what that means is using the state's numbers of affordability, every municipality has to achieve a 10% mark. If they have more than 10% or at 10%, they don't have to have an affordable housing plan because they've met a 10% need or more. If they are deficient of the 10% mark, they're required by law to have a plan on the books. Based on the state's numbers, we are at 9%. We are just shy of the 10% required number. According to the state's numbers in 2018, we have 340 affordable units out of a total of 3,788 total units. So according to the state's numbers, we are deficient 39 units considered to be affordable by the state of Illinois. So that's as defined by the state. The bottom part of page 2 is very important, and this was really, I would say, one of the areas of the plan that was most heavily scripted and amended by the Plan Commission members. And they really did a diligent job of looking at every sentence, every word, making sure it was the right word. If a sentence that they thought wasn't worded correctly or could possibly be conceived as being offensive to someone or not sensitive, it was taken out or completely rewritten. But this section gets at that first sentence being the most important, which the Plan Commission really got at, was having affordable housing in River Forest makes our entire community better for everyone, not just for those living in affordable units. And it goes on to discuss the need for supportive house or affordable housing, the fact that we have aging members of the community who are on fixed incomes. We have people of all ages, incomes, backgrounds, abilities. There's a need across all socioeconomic spectrums, across all diversity platforms, and from every angle. There's a need for affordable housing at every level, every age, every entry into the market for current and future River Forest residents. And this really talks about the need for and the importance of affordable housing. And I will say one of the things we specifically changed, it was one of the last changes, was the Plan Commission members specifically wanted the terminology of integrated supportive housing. And one of the things Mr. Chairman Crosby talked about was a lot of the feedback we got from residents. At a meeting, I think, David, 2 meetings ago, we had Phil Carmody from Opportunity Knox, which is a great social enterprise and a great organization in the village. Came and gave testimony and really submitted a nice letter to the Plan Commission. You probably all have seen his letter from Opportunity Knox talking about the need for people who have developmental disabilities and the need for housing for these folks within our village because they're here living with us now and members of our community, and really suggested we put in here the terminology of including integrated supportive housing in terms of affordable housing provision. So that's in here a couple of different places, including this section on defining affordable housing for the community. Section number 3, what is quote unquote affordable? Affordable for purposes of this and the purposes of meeting state requirements does not mean subsidized. This does not mean Section 8. It means housing that is market housing but is at the lower end of the spectrum, the more affordable housing end of the spectrum. It is not necessarily subsidized housing. It is a percentage of the cost of housing, rental or owner occupied, over Cook County. And the county is the pool of numbers they use to generate affordability index. And so if you look on here under number 3, I think this is on page 4, you'll see these tables are submitted to us by the state of Illinois on their information that they give us. So the first one is a owner-occupied affordability, and you can see that if you're going to purchase purchase a home, one-person home, a two-person home, a three-person home, what the cost is considered to be affordable. So for a three-person home, affordable for Cook County, which we're abiding by, is $169,307. For a 5-person household, that would be $203,194. For a 2-person household, and by household it could be a condominium or a single family or a townhouse. For a 2-person household, it'd be $150,000. So those are the numbers. If it's above that, the state does not deem it affordable. If it's that number or below, the state deems it affordable. And then they have similar numbers for rental units, what the monthly rental cost is. And you can see for a 2-bedroom rental, if it's $1,100 or less, it's affordable. If it's more than $1,100, it's not deemed affordable. So these are numbers provided by the state. One of the things that we most talked about at the Plan Commission, because I think there was a lot of discussion brought out by members of the public, was what data we could use to augment the state's numbers to paint a snapshot, if you will, of river forest. So the suggestion at the Plan Commission meeting, not the last one, but the one 2 meetings ago, specifically was that we use the U.S. Census and the American Community Survey was the specific data sources that we would use, because it was regular, it was government, it was a set period of time, it was a methodical type of it. It wasn't a private source or service or a listserv. These were government sources that were used systematically all the time. So specific recommendation was that we use U.S. Census and American Community Survey 5-year estimates. So, and I'll get to this later, but this refers to an appendix that we created, and in that appendix we put in there the U.S. Census data pertaining to river forest housing and income, and the American Community Survey 5-year estimate 2014 to 2018 housing burden index that looked at housing and an expenditure of 30% of income. So I'll go over that in a little bit. The next section talks about potential lands and buildings for affordable housing. The challenging thing here is we're 100% built out. And our single-family detached residential, which is about 70% of the village by land area, we're going to have a real hard time providing new affordable housing in the single-family detached zoning districts, because there's 100% built out and already largely improved with fairly higher-end level pricing that does not fall in the affordability. So building new single-family detached affordable housing is likely not market viable. So the plan recommends that we focus on affordable housing provision in the multifamily, single-family attached, and mixed-use areas of the village, which is where most of the affordable housing is now. We do have some single-family detached that would fall likely in the affordable range, but almost none. Most of it is in the multifamily or mixed-use areas as defined by the zoning and comprehensive plan. We looked at several different types of incentives. A lot of communities use different incentives: zoning mandates, zoning bonuses, dedicated taxes and fees, village subsidies, where the village actually pays money toward and offsets the cost of constructing new residential to subsidize to bring the price down to make it more affordable. And then subsidies through not-for-profit entities. The preferred incentive here was one of zoning bonuses. Multifamily, single-family attached, apartments, condominiums, and mixed-use development has to be approved through the plan development process. It cannot be done as of right in the village of River Forest. It hasn't been able to do it since I've been around for 20-plus years doing this. It's all done through the plan unit development process or plan development process, and the DRB. In that process, the village has repeatedly, for more than a couple of decades, allowed buildings to be taller or bigger FAR, less setbacks, for other benefits the development could bring to the village. Economic gain, senior assisted housing like the one on Chicago and Harlem Avenue, economic development if they could have commercial or retail on the ground floor with residential above, like at Lake and Lathrop. So if there is a benefit to the village that it can receive, the DRB will often, and the village board will often approve allowances to exceed zoning regulations, usually in terms of density, height, and FAR, both. And the best way we can incentivize through zoning bonuses is to allow a developer who is proposing affordable housing to maybe go taller, more units, maybe a little less parking, decrease setbacks, if that would allow them to get to the numbers to provide affordable housing, because the PUD or the planned development is the relief through which we can provide in the process that we've used in the past to accommodate things that would benefit the village like affordable housing. So we have that process in place. The Plan Commission then spent a lot of time saying, well, even though we want to encourage zoning flexibility and zoning incentives through the planned development as our means of accommodating affordable housing, that's one means. The other means was to do what we can to improve and protect existing affordable housing. And if someone is looking for support with existing affordable housing, the plan talks about seeking ways to try to improve the existing affordable housing we currently already have. So keep what we have and build new through the plan development process. Additional recommendations the Plan Commission made were these 6 on the bottom of page 6. They recommended the village outside of this plan also consider doing other things to other ordinances or other things. The first one was to allow taller and more dense development in designated commercial mixed-use areas consistent with the recommendations of the comprehensive plan to allow those mixed-use sites and commercial sites to better accommodate affordable housing. And that's consistent with the comprehensive plan. But they recommend going back and potentially changing the zoning ordinance. Number 2, explore possible strategies and means to which to preserve and enhance existing affordable housing. This could be through funding programs, TIF assistance, and other things aimed at keeping the affordable housing we have. Because getting new affordable housing is difficult. The best way to have affordable housing is to keep what we've got, and that's what this says. 3 is to explore amending the zoning ordinance to accommodate accessory dwelling units in the R1 and R2 district. These are complicated discussions, so they said we should recommend the exploring of this. An ADU, or an accessory dwelling unit, some people call them mother-in-law flats or granny flats, or it is within the single-family R1, R2 zoning, where we have single-family homes. You have an accessory dwelling unit, so instead of just one single-family home, you may have a second dwelling unit within the primary structure, or a second dwelling unit in an accessory structure, like a coach house, or in the back of an existing single-family home. They typically are relatively small. They can only take up a certain percentage of the primary structure. They have their own private ingress and egress directly to outside. You're not going through the other house to get to that unit. And a lot of communities are beginning to have these. Oak Brook is a community that is recently exploring ADUs in their single-family districts. So it's a way of allowing very affordable units in our single-family districts. So something I think we should explore, and the Plan Commission required we put this in here. The next one is to amend the zoning ordinance or other appropriate regulations, because we're not sure which ones, to accommodate integrated supportive affordable housing. This gets back at the recommendation from Opportunity Knox. And this really gets specifically at the people who might be developmentally or physically disabled in the community that we want to have and as important community members to provide independent housing for them. And so we amended this at the last meeting. This was the last thing we did at the last meeting, to add this language in here specifically to reflect the terminology used by Opportunity Knox about integrative supportive affordable housing. The next one was 5, consider amending the plan development standards. When plan development standards are considered, or plan developments are considered, they have to meet a series of standards. And each one of those standards has to be met for the DRB to recommend approval and findings of fact. And a majority of those standards have to be met for the village board to approve the development. And the Plan Commission recommended that we inject into section 1019.3 of the zoning ordinance that one of the standards be that it's consistent with, where applicable, the goals and policies of the Affordable Housing Plan. And then the last thing was it became clear through discussions primarily led by the public that TIF funds are eligible to be used to provide affordable housing within the community. It doesn't dictate how. So there was discussion and it recommended that maybe there ought to be language in here that says if a TIF is used, the TIF has to go toward affordable housing. And we had a lot of discussion at the Plan Commission and with myself and staff and the attorney, and we didn't think it was appropriate for this to dictate TIF funds having to be used for affordable housing. And the Plan Commission felt strongly about that, but said they also felt strongly that we have to highlight the fact that TIF funds are eligible to be used to provide affordable housing, and that needs to be first and foremost whenever we consider development in a TIF district. So the recommendation was the provision of the sixth consideration, that it's important to note that TIF funds are eligible for the provision of affordable housing, and where appropriate, the village should consider leveraging TIF funds to support affordable housing initiatives. So the last part is the goal, and again, simply stated, the plan adopts the goal of bringing the percentage of affordable housing in the village to the 10% of the housing stock, which is the goal of the state sets, the standard. And they want to do this primarily by pursuing two tracks: protecting and enhancing the existing affordable housing we already have, because replacing it is difficult, or getting new is difficult. And the second goal would be to do that by the concerting or concentrating our efforts on new multifamily or mixed-use development, of which affordable housing can be a part. So I won't go through the appendix, but the appendix highlights several, again, just data sources. The tables you see here are not manipulated or interpreted. The tables are directly from the data source. So we have River Forest housing tenure. We have River Forest owner household by income, renter households by income. We have 2018 household by home value, River Forest rents by value. And then the last thing talks about the housing cost burden. This was raised by one of the residents who came forward and spoke. So at the second to last meeting, there was a request that this be put in there. HUD, Housing and Urban Development, establishes a 30% standard by means of examining affordability. And what it basically says is, at the 30% mark, you don't want people spending more than 30% of their income on housing, all right? Because then they become burdened, housing burdened to try to get housing. It's just spending more than 30% of their income on housing. Ideally, you want people below that 30% mark. Ideally, you want people spending less than 30% of their income on housing. And these two tables show for both owner-occupied and for rental what different price points and incomes where people are being able to spend less than 30, and what percentage or number of people in River Forest are spending more than 30% of their income on housing for both owner units and for rental units. And these two tables were taken from the American Community Survey 5-year estimates, because regular census does not give you the 30% housing burden cost. Only the American Survey gives you that housing burden, and that's what the Plan Commission wanted to see in here. So that's, again, President Ducey, this is a real quick overview just to introduce you to this. I can answer any questions now or later, but I just wanted to highlight what the requirements were of the state of Illinois, how we push beyond that based on a lot of Plan Commission feedback, and the other considerations that the plan calls out the village should explore going forward once this plan is adopted.
Right. Okay, thank you, John, and thank you, David. I mean, again, with all the work that's been put in, especially the Plan Commission under your direction, David, and of course with your help, John, there's a lot here. It is complex, and I want the trustees to take their time to digest it. And I think tonight, just introducing, like John said, introducing to you the plan. David talking about the plan, what the process was for the Plan Commission. They spent a considerable amount of time, and we appreciate the volunteers that spent a considerable amount of time looking at this and changing it and modifying it. So unless there's any specific questions that a trustee has, and I'd be happy, go ahead and ask them if you do. But I would recommend that we make a decision tonight, that we have a COW meeting on June 8th, which is our next regularly scheduled meeting, at 6, if that's okay with you. We could do it earlier. and have your questions ready based on this introduction. And I'm sure you'll have many questions and clarifications. So, any specific questions to John and David right now, tonight? Other than it's well documented. All right, so can we agree that we will have a cow meeting on June 8th? Can we agree to that? Anybody opposed? So I hear no opposition. So we'll do June 8th cow meeting.
Yeah, right. So it'd be June 8th. You're what, 5:30, 6 o'clock before the regular board meeting? Okay.
Yeah. What time?
Well, I was going to say 5:30 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I say 5:30. We got to give it enough time.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, meanwhile, feel free to call John and David, right? Trustees or anybody with any questions. Again, this is an introduction to the plan, and I thank you guys, and thanks for hanging in there with us.
Yeah, anybody, real quick, anybody can call me at any time with any question. That's fine. Real quick, I want to clarify what time the meeting was, Eric.
5:30.
5:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. For discussion, not approval.
No.
So we had a discussion, right? So.
Well,
what would you like us to do?
Yeah, so the motion was to adopt the recommendation of the Plan Commission, I
Right.
believe. So if there's a consensus to hold the committee of the whole meeting, then
Right.
Trustees Kargi and O'Connell could just withdraw their motion.
Okay.
Which would have been would have allowed
I'd
for
like
a vote
to
on
proceed to a
approval.
vote.
Huh? Yeah.
I would still like to proceed to a vote. I spent a lot of time preparing for the meeting tonight in anticipation of voting on it. I think John did an excellent job of identifying the issues and explaining it to us, and I'm prepared to vote tonight.
Yeah. Well, I think
I am not prepared to vote tonight.
Yeah. 8th, the regularly scheduled meeting on June 8th.
I think we're wasting a lot of the taxpayers' money about this, but I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
And then
And
if
Bob?
Trustee O'Connell.
Yeah, Bob.
I kind of feel the same way as Tom do, but I'll go along with it and I'll withdraw it.
Okay. All right. Very good. So
I'm sorry. One more question. Is that a Zoom meeting or in person?
Yeah. No. Zoom. June
Okay,
8th will
all
be
right.
Zoom. We still
check.
are under the 10 and under folks. So Zoom meeting.
Hey, excuse me, Kathy. Hey, David, it's Bob O'Connell. Congratulations. I think you guys did a great job, and I know how much public opposition you had on the subject. So thank you for that work. It was a great read for a Memorial Day that I couldn't participate in a parade.
Oh, wow. Really a great read. Good to hear.
I would like to share Bob's comments. David and John, I think your committee put up with some really intemperate remarks from members of our community that I thought were uncalled for, and I congratulate both of your professionals.
To have a public discussion to pull this off the agenda, but I think John and David could have been given a heads up to not be part of this meeting tonight. The time we take here is not going to be any different than the time we take another night. So in terms of paying our attorney or anybody else, what difference? So I don't believe it's a waste of taxpayer dollar. And if you think we're
talk to John and David, but meanwhile we'll.
We're able to get that information.
Okay. Yeah,
I'd like to keep it.
Yeah, we will look.
Have people been? Is it a decline of unemployment rates right now, or is it on the rise? Like, how is it? What does it look like?
So we're going to have to put this off for a month. So that's going to throw the cycle off for the parking permits and things. So.
Or we could defer to Kathy after Eric finds out the information.
I'm sorry, Tom?
We could defer to an executive order
right.
based on the information that Eric discovered.
Right.
If we no longer need to stop collecting those, we should start collecting those.
Right. No, we agree. I agree with that. I think it's primarily circling around parking.
I guess what I'm saying, Tom, is do we need to? How do we know where the health of our community is? And one data point I'm thinking about is like unemployment. Is there other data points? Like if our community still needs the relief, then we should extend it.
I'm with you, but I want a basis for making that decision, not just simply an assumption. So if we can define that, in fact, unemployment's on the rise or whatever metric you want to use, I don't care. But if we're just simply extending it because we think there might be a problem, I'm troubled by that because
nobody said that.
We need revenue as well.
No, agreed, Tom. We're trying to get to yes. I mean, and the question is if we can't get the unemployment figures by municipality, then it's really just talking to our residents. I mean, I don't know how else we get that
The
data.
unemployment data that's easily accessible on the state's website is for municipalities over 25,000
So
population.
we can't get it.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Greg?
I've sat here in the last 5 minutes and rooted around while you've been talking, yes, I haven't been able to.
So that might be the issue, Erica. According to our village attorney, he says that it appears that we can't get data that's at our level for our village. So I don't know, other than asking residents how they feel. I don't know how else we get data that. So.
Yeah.
Is the concern on-street parking, or is it commuter parking? So overnight parking.
It's permit parking, which includes commuter, overnight, and 24-hour. The commuter one is solvable because if you don't need it, then you drop it and you can come back on at a later date. But people who would still need 24-hour and overnight.
Case by case if they come to you.
I think it's tricky to give a pass on fees for some things, but not for other things. For example, we gave a pass on village stickers for yard waste, but we didn't give a pass for those who are paying the monthly compost subscription, which covers the same service.
Was it given on yard waste, Katie, or was it just putting stuff in black bags and not putting stickers on that?
My understanding is that it was the yard waste. We had a discussion about this on Bonnie Bray. And John, you clarified that for us, right?
Yeah, it was for any waste tag, so that could be for bulk items or yard waste.
Okay, I got to run out to the curb. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's really tricky that we were giving some residents a break, but we weren't giving other residents a break for the very same service.
Well, I saw the sticker thing being as that was one less reason someone had to go out and shop and be in public around folks. It really wasn't as much about the money as the interaction with others that wasn't needed.
Correct.
Was my understanding anyhow.
Yep.
But that's why maybe we'll do composting to the door, Katie.
What was that?
She's giving you free compost.
We've done that once, Kathy.
My brain is so tired.
I'm sorry,
right
Tom. I started Tom up. I'm sorry. All right, let's figure this thing out. What should we do?
Here, may I make a
I think we can leave it until we find out there's a problem. To me, that seems to be the most responsible way to do it.
I'm okay with that. I mean,
yeah, no, I think that's.
I think that's a fair. I mean, that was my response initially. Is like, we don't know if we have a problem, and if we do, then we can respond. We can do it. We're nimble enough to respond.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay. And if we have another and then we can do that. I can do that. And obviously, I would seek your input.
So we're going to put out a communication to remind people that it's expiring this weekend?
Yeah, and that will give us a real indication of how bad things are, I think.
Okay.
If we get a lot of feedback like says, "Are you guys crazy?" So we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, and of course this is public. They're probably all going to do it. All right, very good. So I think we'll have them expired, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, so the attendee, which is this is Eric's discussion around reopening Village Hall. So.
Yep, and this was something more we just wanted to share and report back to you. Lisa Shiner has spent a considerable amount of time putting together this plan. And essentially what we've done is we've taken our operations at Village Hall and mirrored it against the state's 5-stage plan. So at each phase, there is a different operational mode here at Village Hall for government operations, meetings, et cetera, et cetera. So if Lisa's, I see Lisa. She's there. And briefly, if you could just kind of walk through this for the board, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So just to give you a real high-level overview, what we tried to do was think about municipal operations in 3 different categories: public meetings, basically village services, and village facilities, and how we would modify what we're doing, or in some cases not modify what we're doing, to keep in compliance with the state's Restore Illinois plan, and to also make sure that our services remain accessible to the residents. So as everyone is familiar with the various phases of the Restore Illinois plan, we have different thresholds for how many people can gather, for what purposes they can gather. And we took that into consideration when, figuring out whether or not we would reopen Village Hall to the public, how the public might continue to access our services online or not be able to in certain cases. And in those cases where the services have to be delivered in person, what steps we might take to both continue to protect the public and protect our employees, and to continue to slow the spread of COVID-19. So with each phase, you'll see that it takes into account the different gathering requirements, the different gathering allowances. And just today, or within the last day or so, the Department of Commerce and Economic, the DCEO for the state of Illinois, has released a set of guidelines for opening offices and service counters. And so we're going to be reviewing that and determining whether or not we need to make any modifications to the plan, although we don't think we will, because it's all pretty high-level stuff. So we wanted to keep it broad enough to be nimble, but also specific enough to address sort of the overarching policy decisions with regard to how we allow residents and guests of River Forest to access their services, how they are delivered.
So what does that mean for, like Village Hall? Are we going to open Village Hall come June 1st and now begin taking people in, from a customer service standpoint?
Sure. So we're going to continue on course with what we've been doing so far, which is that the lobby is open for residents to drop things off and pick things up that they might not be able to submit electronically, or that they may not be able to, put into the drop box outside. So we have some bins in the lobby where people can drop things off and pick them up. But we are not intending yet to open our windows to the public. Our plan is to keep those windows closed until phase 4. Now, if, and just so we're all kind of on the same page, I've heard some projected estimates from the Department of Public Health that if we continue on the downward trends that we're seeing right now, we could potentially be in phase 4 in mid to late July. So we are hoping that that's the case. If we are not, and if we decide that we do need to open up the window to the public to serve them a little bit better, or just because operationally we need to do it, we have some, potential solutions in place to make sure that we have social distancing in place, again, for both the employees and the public. But we're not planning to reopen the front counter windows to the Village Hall until at least until phase 4.
Can we continue to emphasize even after we're at phase 4 that the preferable approach is to do it non-phase? I mean, because I think it's worked. I'm getting the sense from what you guys have said that this non-person-to-person contact has worked. I mean, some people may not like it, but it still works. And to me, that seems to be both beneficial from an economic perspective, but also from a health perspective. That if we can minimize human-to-human contact, we're better off.
Yes, but what's the economic savings?
At some point, we'll may be able to get rid of people that if we no longer have to have that face-to-face interaction, then it may prove that that's a service that we no longer have to provide on a face-to-face basis.
Okay. I think that's still something I know the team is working on. Okay, so I don't know if this is relevant on this, but I mean, the adjudication, which is coming here, I mean, how are we handling, I noticed that we've taken April 1 and moved it July 6th, which I didn't realize that. I thought that was going to be June 1. So how did we move it to July 6th? And why July 6th?
Well, because at the time when we were in mid-May and I talked to the chief about this, the guidance at that time was we wouldn't be in a position to do adjudication in June, and so we wanted to make the call early enough to get people notice of what was going on. Now that the guidance has continued to develop and we can start moving into adjudication, the issue still becomes the limit of the amount of people. And so Greg, I know, sent an email over to my office late last week. And so starting to look at how, just logistically, how we're going to manage that and put that together. Like, we wouldn't be able to pull that off in a week or
So
two.
is all municipalities just pushing their adjudication off? I mean, I haven't heard that.
Yep, there's very few that are holding adjudications. There's some that are starting to reach out to people with pending tickets to see if they're interested in settling. If not, if they're willing to do remote hearings, then trying to set those up, which has some logistics behind it. And if people don't want to do remote hearings who have tickets and they want their day in court, figuring out how do you, if you can only have 10 people in this room, how do you schedule people to come in and work through the logistics of not having people out into your parking lot who want to contest their red light camera tickets at Village Hall?
And I get that, but I don't see that's being solved by July 6th. I mean, we're still going to be in phase 4, according to Lisa's estimate, until
phase 3,
mid-July or end July.
Right, phase 3 into phase 4.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, and this is July 6th. So what's the difference between July 6th and June 1? And we're in the same phase. That's my point. Why push it back?
Because we don't have any plans or any operational changes to try to address what Greg just raised of having the people in a setting of 10 or less. So we have to get that figured out between now and July 6th to try to hold an adjudication.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of questions.
Just so everyone knows, the adjudication is our ticketing, our red light, right? All of the. We want to. I mean, those that want hearings, we want to hear them, and then we want to, ensure that we fix the problem. They either let go or they pay, right? So.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, here, red light camera violations. They have to see a video. There has to be a video screen available to them. So we have to figure out a way to get them in here, right? And so we're working towards it. It's just not something that's going to.
Okay. Well, unless I hear anything different from, I would like to make sure that we meet the July 6th date versus pushing it back to August, another month.
We're going to make every effort to do that. Yes.
Okay, any other questions?
I have a question about the adjudication, though. So, what is your concern, Kathy? My understanding is that things are just being postponed, so it's not as if we're losing the opportunity, or am I wrong on this?
Yeah, so, like, for instance, if somebody wants to contest a ticket, they come and they visit with us. Otherwise, if we can't visit with them, it just gets delayed. It keeps getting delayed. So we don't collect the revenue.
Right, but at some point, if it was a justified ticket and it can't be thrown out, then we're not going to collect. I would support the staff being healthy and doing it in a healthy manner and not being overtaxed with figuring it out sooner.
I think we would want our money sooner. Again, I think non-essential workers are going back now. So, anyway, I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I think that's potential revenue that we're talking about. That's potential revenue that we want to see.
Yeah. In municipalities, we're seeing now amongst our clients that zoning hearings are starting to move forward, which, you're going to have a ZBA public hearing on the text amendment that you referred earlier tonight. And administrative adjudication is kind of the next front in this. And there's been a lot of discussion amongst our group on how to do this appropriately. You've received that guidance, and you're one of many municipalities that's stepping into this next phase of reopening.
All right. Any other questions then regarding? That's great. Lisa, Eric, you've done a yeoman's job. Functioning in a limited space and the immediacy of doing it was, was great. So thank you. All right. So then the